Colleagues, can we settle down? Colleagues in the kitchen, we are starting. Thank you. I'm going to sit on the protocol set yesterday by our Vice Chancellor and the colleagues who made introductions. Before we can and I'm going to say that you are welcomed and that today is as significant as yesterday. To remind you a bit, we are here to redefine. And why is defining and naming ourselves significant? It is important to name and self-define because there's power in defining who you are and what you stand for. Our colleagues yesterday indicated that social institutions shift over time, and the shifts that come about are a result of the political and economic contexts of the times. So UNISA, when it started, is not UNISA today because the social needs that we face currently are not the same as the social needs in the 1847. So we are redefining today because we are recognizing the political and economic context of the time so that we can serve better. Come on to our colleagues, I say you are welcomed. And I want to indicate that Professor Zetu, who was supposed to speak first today, is traveling and she won't be here. So in place of Professor Zetu Ugosi, we are going to show the video that shows off the work that we do as UNISA. The video is 5 minutes, colleagues, and I would like to implore you to listen carefully and to pay attention to the video. It is very important to us. Colleagues, can we start the video?
Whatever the sadness of the moment, nothing can stop us. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However, the prophet will stand to the skeptics, Africa will lose.
More than 20, UNISA must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model and enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization and the knowledge arena and the tomorrow.
Just go to the future. To the sea and generation change. Through education, and reflect on the mistake when fully Read inside of the gap and the African factors. UNISA can form and to the African University in the service community. UNISA stands at the pinnacle of education in local distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. UNISA is the first and only institution in South Africa to carry our country's name, and the first public university in the world to exclusively teach by means of distance education in an ever-changing dynamic university for the global reach. UNISA's history spans the entire modern history of South Africa, written up a wheel of academic study opportunities for activists and struggle heroes, thought leaders, business people, legal experts, academic entertainers, and research staffs. The university talks hard in almost willing movement to innovate. Its 10 language challenges internationally, working with multiple diverse fields and capabilities, some of them with the alumni and further Northern Having Beijing was also the concept and custodian of the university's intellectual rights. Our investment in Seoul and Alexa, through the South African Reserve of the Environment, which are anchors and highlighted, received financial internationally preserved governments of the being added in India, solely in the field. At UNISA, the world web is our version capital layout. UNISA, beautiful and impressive campuses. UNISA's American campus is located in the separated family and is a major one of the capital city. The Florida campus in Johannesburg is UNISA's found campus, also state-of-the-art infrastructure and laboratory equipment. UNISA has 6 regional hubs in England, North America, and multiple centers across the country. However, life may have found a new to adapt due to a fast-paced higher education environment of the 21st century, and this reflected in our management style and leadership practice. In articulating our vision, the new principal and vice chancellor of the University of South Africa, the first woman to be appointed at the helm of UNISA, Professor Leonard W. shared that UNISA was well placed to address Frontiers' most demanding challenges by using research to newly transfer the lives of those in communities. To the same, UNISA is working on the following category areas: marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology, as well as related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations of areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace surveying, and some of this aviation forms a major role player for passengers and its transition to environmental entry. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.3 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in the UNISA's development of automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar powered platform that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. UG studies. UNISA's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing error and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and a square kilometer array. UNISA has been extensively involved in the $1 billion square kilometer array project since 2012. The UNISA Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern output facility housing a 13-inch telescope with the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization to the PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization.
The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, inherently entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into AI and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program and big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, the UNISA's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Genome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with the key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and ODEL pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO UNISA Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology is leading the international research into the nano-delivery of medicinal drugs, including African herbal medicine. The College offers an elective undergraduate model in medical law. Feminist, womanist, Masai theorizations. In the College of Human Sciences, the Institute for Gender Studies, the College of Education, and the Graduate School of Business all contribute to the interdisciplinary research into eliminating gender-based violence, homophobia and transphobia, and discrimination against women in the workplace and the political arena. The Institute also uses education about gender as an effective way to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women. Student support and co-curricular activities. UNISA is uniquely placed to offer creative and radically innovative ways of enhancing student support. UNISA's College of Graduate Studies has developed a whole range of training programs to assist and encourage students. The Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disability promotes the principle of access for success, and the Student Development Division provides students with social support and leadership development services. These niche areas find expression in the rich tapestry of our discipline included in the College of Accounting Sciences, Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Economic and Management Sciences, Education, Graduate Studies, Human Sciences, Neuro, Science, Engineering and Technology, the Graduate School of Business Leadership, and the Tabembeki School of Public and International Affairs. As a comprehensive open distance e-learning institution, UNISA is recognized as a service player in research globally. From publication and journal output to the number of masters and doctoral graduates, we are moving forwards and upwards. UNISA has made substantial progress in research and innovation, as evidenced by several external and credible scientific ranking systems. With the latest ones, the 2023 Global Metrics and Shanghai rankings, placing us in the top 10 universities in the country.
Thank you, colleagues. Before I invite the next speaker, a few house rules. Colleagues, when you get your tea and coffee and we are in session, please keep it a bit quiet so that we don't disturb the proceedings. Colleagues who are registering at the door will come into the room to try to register. Colleagues who have not registered, they'll use the QR code on your tag to register you, so don't be shocked when they come to you. I'm now going to invite Professor Lunkile Lalemtle, who is the Executive Director Planning Quality Assurance here at UNISA, and he's going to speak on Decoding CODeL Plus in tandem with UNISA's 2030 strategic intentions. Unlike yesterday, today we are going to redefine together. So After every session, we will have a question-answer session where we will hear your thoughts, where you will have where you'll have a chance to interrogate the speakers and what they have shared with you. Professor Lalentle?
Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to start my presentation by making a few disclaimers. Yesterday, there was a presentation by Dr. Govender, which actually has a large portion of what I'm going to talk about today. But also another disclaimer is the fact that this work of decoding CODeL has happened for many years at the University of South Africa, starting roughly around 2022. I remember presenting it for the first time in a community, a higher education community of practice, where myself and Dr. Hlongwane were there at some point. Therefore, if you have heard it many times, just process it accordingly, and then we can actually engage. Can I have the presentation flighted then? I just wanted to say that as we start these conversations around CODeL University, UNISA has been here for many years. I think you saw from the video. But what I want to say, it's a management guru that is Peter Drucker, who argues that traditional universities, as we know them, might not last for long. I don't know how long that is, because their cheese is being eaten up by distant learning institutions. And I think as we struggle and we try to navigate beyond what we call hybrid education, blended learning, and many other modalities, I think the world is ready for multiple modalities. What I would like to just talk to you, I'm going to be very simple about this thing. Actually, the next slide, please. I want to talk relatively about the foundations of what we say comprehensive universities. Thank you. Okay, just. I think to some extent, I'm going to just stick to these areas: comprehensiveness, distance learning, and also open student-centeredness. And in doing so, I think I want to say Dr. Govender yesterday talks about that seminal work that was done by Dr. Trish from something that was commissioned by the Minister of Higher Education. But I think the sense of a comprehensive university within a South African context stem from the restructuring of higher education as done by the minister then. And to a large extent, this has been a journey for us trying to create a more single, coordinated higher education system that brings elements of coherence in terms of planning, funding, and quality assurance, which are the key steering mechanism that we have used. But also, if you want to get a sense and understanding of what a comprehensive university is based on a few principles: diversity, accessibility, student mobility, responsiveness, and flexibility. And these aspects we need to actually nurture them as we move on, because I think the concept of a comprehensive university has been underplayed within the higher education system in South Africa, but we want to make sure that the offerings are diverse in their range, and also we've got both vocational, career focus, professional, and general formative qualifications, which in a way you will hear people saying it's a combination of a traditional university plus a technical, but it is not really that, but that's what it is in South Africa. But to some extent, the accessibility is a fact that there must be multiple exit points. That's why we offer certificates. That's why we have doctoral degrees. And that's why if you look at Dr. Govenda's, what we call the framework that he showed there, that you'll have multiple things that are going like snakes around, because they allow you to exit and articulate horizontally, diagonal or vertical, whatever you want to call those things. But articulations is an important aspect. And then other issues is about responsiveness. I think the responsiveness cannot be understated, because what we are here for is to ensure that we respond to our societal needs before we also respond to the markets. The markets ask jobs, therefore the vocational aspect, they'll dictate to us what kind of graduates they want for that particular profession. But flexibility is an important aspect here, because what happens is that we are in the business of developing future human resources for the country and the continent. And through our training programs, therefore, we need to ensure that there are opportunities for these students to get into those communities, to practice what they have been taught, to solve societal challenges and the rest of the thing. I want to just take you back to say early classifications of universities come directly from the American higher education system, where you have the Carnegie University classification, where you have different types of university. And in this country, we have also tried to follow that model, where now you have all the three types that I'll talk about at a later stage, but you've got community colleges, you've got TVET. Therefore, we're trying to diversify the types of institutions that are there. But I will not get too much here, because I'm not in America, I'm in the African continent. I think in a way, in South Africa, the 26 universities are mapped in this way. We talked about them yesterday. And I think the most important thing I'm going to dwell in the green part of it, because it's more or less a new type of institution which has come from the different measures and the rest of the thing. This new type of institution, if you look, if I was tech savvy, I would have shown you a map of where they are located around, but you find that majority of the comprehensive universities, they also were put in what we call rural environments, such as KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and then you look at Limpopo. And the reason for that was to make sure that these new types are able to integrate into those society and deal with societal issues at that particular level. But I think that's still a project in existence, because while at some point, I just use the University of Zululand as an example, I saw them at some point where they were grappling with the concept to actually say, but we don't have factories this side, we don't have this. But it was a situation where then Richards Bay became a point where they can have a campus to access the mining factories and all other aspect industrial thing. But it's not really about industrial, it's about working within communities and societies to solve societal challenges, which we have quite a few in this country. Few things about the comprehensive unit that I want to share with you. I think teaching and research facilities are quite important. That's why research cannot be underplayed in any university. There's no university that does not produce new knowledge that calls itself a university. You might as well become something else. But also, you must be able to offer masters and graduates. That's why there's a drive at UNISA in M&Ds to move away from less than 2% of our enrollments to actually grow that particular component, because that's where our patents and solutions that will come. And also, it must offer a wide of disciplines. What we mean at disciplines, it has been something amazing when we visited our colleagues in the African continent, where they say, distance higher education offering engineering, how is it possible? Because it's not just chalk and board disciplines that any distance institution should offer. It should offer all those wide range of things, because those are the things that we say they will solve societal issues. And just to brag a bit, we among the top performing university in the disciplines of engineering. We tied at what, Professor Dube, you're around? Where are we in terms of the ranking in engineering? Sorry. We're sharing some of those top 3 positions with a reputable institution, which, in first position, yes, thank you, Prof. In the engineering space, and you wonder, how do we do it? But you have seen our state-of-the-art laboratories, and I remember the comrade complaining that we bus students to Florida. It's because we want them to experience those state-of-the-art facilities, and the only thing that we can do now is what kind of support when they go there. But also, an important thing is that in a comprehensive university, you do a holistic formation of a student. It is not just discipline-oriented. There are also other aspects that we need to get in terms of the knowledge, competency, skills within the chosen discipline, but also beyond that particular discipline. Colleagues, we've spoken about comprehensiveness, about what it does and what it expects. Therefore, I would not delve so much on that. But I think the important aspect that I still want to deal with is about improving access. When we talk about openness, I think my colleague, Dr. Nkuzangwe, always wide loggerheads with each other, where I'm actually saying, why do we call UNISA an open university? Because the legislative environment constrains it from operating like other open universities. I think if you listen to Professor Apaya, he talked about active students, isn't it? And Prof, for us, when we talk about 350 something or 370 something thousand students, all those are active in one given year, because we have to do a census so that we can get our money from government for subsidy and all this kind of thing. Therefore, we can't have inactive students. But open universities are designed in such a way that when you are a student, you can decide, this year I don't want to study, but you're still in the records of the university. And you can come back 5 years or 6 years thereafter and say, I'm ready now and I want to have an exam. That's why we talked about challenge exams, am I right? Or exam on or exam on demand. Like, I'm ready now, give me an exam. But then if you have cycles where there's an examination sitting in June, examination sitting in October, you can't have that. But these are some of the things that we need to find our own. But we recognize that we are a different university from others, a different animal. Therefore, accept us as who we are, and we move on that. But open registration, we have argued, but I think this one is a very simple thing, because to some extent, you allow people to apply. And when they've met the requirements, you register them and kind of see, but you can tell them that you have your materials, but then your exams are at this time. Therefore, we don't have to have this semesterization aspects of thing, but we might have exam periods that we move on. That's open registration, open examination, open graduations. I think we have been doing that because we graduate, over 50,000 students, am I right? In a given graduation session. Therefore, it's happening. Graduation happened throughout the year. That's something that we have managed. Open resources, I think within our library and the university pays special attention to this because it actually says for the first year students and hopefully going up to second year, you don't have to have a prescribed textbook. It must be open resources. If you want to prescribe a textbook, you must get permission, I think, from committees of Senate or whatever, because it must be something exceptionally out of this thing, because we don't want to burden our students with buying books that they're going to read 2 chapters. Thereafter, they have to go look for another one or something, making education accessible. Those are some of the issues. But the important aspect here, if we listen to our discussions yesterday, especially on student support, was to bridge the gap within the distance itself. Therefore, we provide study guides in order to do that, which are an important aspect for this. And all of those, they are loaded in my UNISA, which becomes our classroom. And for students who are here, you must know that even communications with your lecturer must happen in that particular platform because that's where they are. And therefore, we're trying to move into that. Library access is 24 hours now because we've got e-books, e-library. You could access the library. And then also online examination has been a facet that you have worked on, and it has given us gray hair for a number of years. And I think we're getting there with the proctoring tools and alternatives to these actually proctoring things. Online tutorials, they are an ongoing aspect, and then I think we could still improve on that aspect. Connectivity and gadgets. I think the university has taken a positive stance, if I'm correct, which says NFSA students are provided through their book allowances and everything, but any other student that can't access those through that, the university will make a plan. And I hope that will be actually implemented and move on, because it's useless to actually have some that have got gadgets, some they don't have gadgets, and also connectivity becomes, we provide data and we spend a lot of money in terms of that aspect, which I will not. Some of these issues is that I think if you look at our vision, we're still an African university shaping futures in service of humanity. And that speaks a lot about what our commitment is. And we live this particular thing because I think Professor Kapaya would attest that we have been to your university many a times, have discussions, have MOUs, have cooperations. That's why you are here, and Dr. Gacha, is because we live in this dream. We don't just want to say an African university as if it's fashionable. We want to actually make an impact in the continent of Africa. But also, we're still committed to lifelong quality university education and also for dissemination of knowledge that is continentally and globally relevant. Colleagues, I will not get so much there. Chair, where are you? Time me, because I like talking. Here, there are a few things that I think I would like to talk about. Let me talk about the plus aspect of it, which we tend to represent in the e-learning space. Here, we want to say we'll continuously deliver learning through digital means, and then also improve the learning experience of students through a number of aspects. We've got a chatbot and other intelligent assistants that we can use. But we have developed, I think, capabilities in big data and advanced analytics of information. And these things, I'm not saying them because they are in some textbooks and other things, but it's things that we do at UNISA. And I'm just gonna run into them just to show you what these are. Here is what we do in the space of student analytics and where we monitor performance in the various areas within the university. There are assessment plans in which they come from colleges and within the modules that are offered. And then also you find that we monitor activities that are happening in different spaces and also monitor the turnaround time for things to happen. I think you have, I did not know these things that looks like military thing. What do you call them? These things that you have as meetings, Dr. Mkuzangwe? I was trying to find out that these things that look like military meetings where people meet once a week to look at things, see where the challenges are. Jogs, you know those things, jogs. Yeah, therefore we have those things that are happening, but they're there to monitor many other aspects. But in conclusion, colleagues, I want to say then, we analyze performance, we analyze the different students and their demographics in terms of how they're impacted. And also, as I say, at UNISA at some point, we will manage about 3 million assignments. Therefore, you can just check how would you know that if these assignments have been submitted or something. Therefore, each college is given a dashboard to say how many have come, how many are still missing, so that you could track performance of students and be able to do these things. This is how we've used technology. And I think I should stop there and take questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Lalendle. Before I call the next, I call the next speaker, I'm going to throw one or two thoughts in preparation for the question and answer session. Colleagues, as the speaker come forward, please note your questions so that we are able to engage them during the question and answer session. You spoke to bridging the gap, and you didn't say anything about how our social context fails us. We can give our students gadgets and buy data, but then they don't have electricity. What do we do? You know, that is one of the biggest problems of using digital learning and of using AI as a solution. Yesterday, Ntate Govender talked about using AI as a big solution. And I was sitting there and I was thinking, what are the problems with AI currently that might actually make us not actually achieve some of the things that we want to achieve? Is it a solution for everything? Or is it creating other problems, and are we ready for them? So those are some of the thoughts I want to throw into the mix, colleagues, as I invite Dr. Ruth Aluko, who is a researcher in the Unit for Distance Learning at the University of Pretoria. She's also a research fellow here at UNISA. She's going to speak on reclaiming our academic futures through research and innovation, a continental agenda. Dr. Ruth, a round of applause, colleagues.
Stage and take the very bit doctor because I can bring that back up. Now, thank you. 20. Okay.
I'll try.
Do you have, what? Have you sent a presentation or we are just speaking? No, I have a presentation. It's my bag. You want me to bring my stick? Bring your stick. No, is that one? Which one? This? This one? Yeah. No. This. This one? Yeah. Oh, sorry. No problem. I would like to say good morning to the organizers of this program, and good morning to everyone present. I'm going to use the popular parlance, all protocols observed, because I cannot mention names of people. I've been told I have 20 minutes. I'm going to try to keep my presentation within that particular time. And I'm looking at reclaiming our academic futures through research and innovation, a continental agenda. Now, I think the question for me is that we start from the basics. So why is this symposium, or the title or the theme that have been chosen for this symposium, important to us? And with that, I started from the Agenda 2063, which Africa has, and that is the Africa that we want. And it's a 50-year program, a development plan that we have in Africa, which has been split into 10 years each. And so far, the report that we have in 2022 talks about the area where we are experiencing the lowest progress, even though we have made quite a significant, we have taken quite a significant landmark in our progress. And that area is in our aspiration 1. There are 7 aspirations, but in aspiration 1, which speaks directly to education, we are not doing very well there. We still have a lot of catching up to do. And that is, we're looking at well-educated citizens, skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. And the most important thing to the Africa agenda is that we want a continent which is transformed by its own people, not necessarily by outsiders for us. So to guide my presentation, I borrowed a leaf from speculative research. And when we look at speculative research, it talks about the not yet, the potential, what is there for us to do, what are the things that can emerge. And it is only these that can lead us into innovation. So when I talk about speculative research, I am borrowing the term history. And when I talk about history, I know the most important or the most popular definition that we give to history has to do with our past. But I'm borrowing history as a term to look at the past, the present, and the future. We cannot talk about getting our own things right, the innovation, the continental agenda, without really looking at these 3 areas. And that is why I have that deconstruction there. So on this, I'm looking at where were we when it comes to research, because that is the aspect that I'm talking on. Where are we currently and where are we going? What does the future look like for us? I'm going to borrow from the works of some scholars. There are many works to borrow from, but I'm specifically focusing on those that are important to this particular presentation, and especially in the area of research. So in 2009, Zawaki If you are a distance education practitioner, you are familiar with these three levels of research that he developed. He spoke about the macro, spoke about the meso, and he spoke about the micro. And from his conclusion in 2009, we still have a lot of catch-up to do when it comes to macro research. So where are we presently? And I picked that up from his work again, Zawaki and Richter and Naidu in 2016. Obviously, he has also published another work, I think in 2022, in the area of research. But everything still aligns. We talk about the institutional practice of research, the individual practice of research, and the relationships that exist between all these. So, and I come back home now because when Zawaki did his work in 2016 with Naidu, he actually focused on the Distance Education Journal, one of the topmost journals of research in distance education, in which they looked at 551 articles together. And that was where they borrowed their work from. But to come back home, Roberts, amongst us, Professor Roberts, has done a fantastic work. She did something in 2016, which she built on with Van der Waalt in 2023. And what they did was that they tried to break the periods of research in distance education into two areas. And that has to do with period 1, 2010 to 2014, and period 2, 2015 to 2019. What were their findings? You will discover from what I've presented here that they are not totally different from what Zawaki, Richter also came up with. In Africa, generally, or in South Africa, which Robert focused on, we discovered that the micro research takes more space, followed by the meso. You can see that there is really not much difference, even though we're talking about 10-year gap. And also, macro is also at the lowest end there. So, as a researcher, and I'm going to talk a bit about my work. As a researcher, I started having some concerns. And in 2019, I think just before the COVID broke out, we had the NADEOSA conference sometimes in May. And I got talking with the president then of NADEOSA, and I'm talking about Emeritus Professor Daniela Kwetsi from UFS. So we had some concerns and we started talking. So then what did we do? And these were the questions that we needed to answer even for the publishers of those those works that we are interested in. So we discovered that very few books on the continent, and I'm here, I know there are gurus seated here. I'm here to challenge every researcher seated here. That where are you really going? I want to believe that after this presentation, you should be able to have a research agenda for your field, for what you're doing. So we started talking then, and we discovered that we have very few books, by the way, on distance education research and its impact on building theory into practice, pitching research against practice in distance education, transformation in higher education as a measurement of quality. And when we searched, there were only 2 books, and those 2 books, they were not African books. They were actually books from the global north. Northcote and Gosselin and Zawaki and Anderson in 2014. So what did we do? So we decided to work together as researchers, and we came up with 2 volumes of books. Some of my eminent colleagues seated here, they are also part of this, and I want to thank, I call her my mom. Thank you very much for being here. I have colleagues from African countries, I think about 7 African countries who participated. And we also had authors from SAIDE, from the Commonwealth of Learning, and the rest of them that participated. So what were the relevant highlights? And I'm sharing this because these are open books. You don't need to pay for them. They are on the internet. You can just Google and check what is there. So we came up with 2 volumes of 24 chapters, and the foreword was written by my mentor who invited me here today. Thank you so much for believing in me every time, Professor Letsaka Moeketsi. So he wrote the foreword for that particular book. The final chapter, which I think is one of the most brilliant chapters in that book, in which we asked the Professor Santosh Panda of IGNOU to answer a question, and that is, cover this. Where are we going next with research? I never dreamt of this kind of invitation at that time. So what were the highlights of the books? We looked at distance education research. We looked at research trends. What are the gaps? These were the things that authors focused on, building research into practice, and how you as an individual, as a researcher, as one who practices in the field, can develop your own research agenda. Now, where are we going? What is our future? Because I'm talking about research. And I'm going to borrow a leaf from the reviewers of the 2 books who happen to be, don't forget that it will be anonymous. So they don't know me, I don't know them. But these were their comments. I took some notes from their comments, which I think can create, can give us some directions when we talk about distance education research. And one of them said, researching distance education is an incredibly relevant and crucial topic in today's educational landscape, as the global COVID-19 pandemic context has accelerated the adoption of online and distance learning opportunities. And by the way, don't forget that, yes, COVID was a very bad experience. Many times we don't even want to go there. We don't want to think about it. But the truth of the matter is that COVID gave distance education the space that we are in. Ironically, it gave us that space. Prior to the COVID-19, we were struggling to get a space if you're a distance education practitioner, because there were still countries that were trying to compare which one is better. Is it distance education? Is it contact education? But when COVID came and everybody was forced to go online, people had no choice. And that is why we are here. And I want to say proudly again, I'm happy to be in this field, and it is the future for education. I overheard one of our profs this morning talking about maybe someone who spoke yesterday, that will traditional universities survive? I'm saying that they won't survive if they don't change their mode of operandi. That is just the truth. And currently, traditional universities have gone blended. That I know. I'm from a traditional university, and I know what is going on there. So they don't have a choice. So the second reviewer, this was what he said: a huge and quite possibly an unprecedented collection of academic forays into the vagaries of distance education. It appears to cover the full spectrum of interest and must be commended for attracting so wide a range in a single volume. I doubt that there are similar collections of such that delve into the merits and challenges of distance education. Because if you take a look into the books, you'll discover that these things were, the truth. Challenges were highlighted, and our colleagues on the continent, because there's a section devoted to practice itself, how are they navigating the challenges despite the problems that we have still on the continent. And you can find a picture on this page, on this slide, on my left hand. And what I'm just trying to say there is that when we talk about distance education research, it is still a nascent area. There's much work to be done. So where are we going? That is the question we are answering now. Stefan Collini in 2012 wrote a book, What Are Universities For? It's a very good book. You can lay your hands on it and read it. But one of the things of interest to me there was the fact that we have so many universities, but there's a loss of identity. Who are we? And where are we going? Because who we are should define our research. And those are the questions that we need to answer. I'm mindful of time. I'm not going to take time on this. There is evidence of African inventions. We've been told so many stories. Somebody discovered, Mongo Park discovered this particular area, this discovered this, but we've discovered that those things are not true. If you want to get to the bottom of some of the things that we have been told, please, this article is a very good one by Blatch in 2013. And because of time, I'm not going to go into all these. She spoke a lot about area of mathematics. What did we do in Africa? Area of astronomy. What did we do in Africa? Architecture and engineering. What did we do in Africa? Even in medicine, what are we still doing? I know that in some African countries, if there's an accident, there is a bone setting that takes place in my country. People go there and they fix their bones. And those are things that we have done. Those were things that we're known for. She also spoke about navigation. When we talk about navigation, we were given the impression that Africa never left their coastal areas, which is not true. We traveled expansively, and to the extent that sometimes even elephants were put on our ships. So the question is, how did we do it? You cannot forget about even the pyramids of Egypt. So I'm rounding up. I'll finish now. Just give me 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 5 minutes, I'll round up. So what are my reflections? What am I saying with this conclusion? To reclaim our identity, academic futures through research and innovation, we need to rediscover who we are. Who are we as Africans? We need to rediscover. UNISA has set the pace. So many, I watched the video, I listened to so many things, then that is good, but when it comes to research, these are also very important to us. We need to rediscover our identity. We need to focus on our contextual and infrastructure challenges. We have a problem. We have problems, not just one. I think I am sad when students who are interested in studying with us have to be told, and I'm not just talking about UNISA, I'm talking generally now, have to be told that they cannot enroll for a particular program because they don't have technological gadgets. This is appalling, if I could put it that way. Don't forget that currently Africa has the youngest people in the world. And 70% of the youngest people that we have, they dwell in the what do we call it now? In the southern part of Africa. So it is a big challenge. We need to focus on our publications. Paying exorbitantly for publications to get ourselves published in the global north is very expensive. And not many universities can afford it. It's just the truth. Because I cannot imagine me wanting to publish in a journal because it is high there, and we are told that it has to be high impact, you have to publish there. And when the bill comes, the question is, who pays for it? We have the challenge also with data mining. I've heard about, thank you. I've had so we need capacity, thank you, we need capacity development. We have to talk about our pedagogical impact of technologies. Yes, we employ so many technologies in what we do, but what is the impact on teaching and learning? All these are very important, and you can find the rest of the points there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we give gifts at UNISA. When you do us right, we do you right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you leave it on the slide with the book? Or
Okay,
is it
with
the
the books.
article? No, the lady who talks about Africa and that one?
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth Aluko. Your presentation was inspiring. And I think for many of us, it has lit a fire under our seats. What is your research agenda? Do you have one? If you don't have one, you must have one by the time you leave this room today. Because if you don't have an agenda, someone else will set it for you. And it will not navigate you to where you want to go. Set your agenda, colleagues. We are here to set an agenda for UNISA in terms of who we are. We are asking the question, who are we? That is part of setting this agenda. On some of the challenges that you were raising, colleagues, you must expect, colleagues who have spoken yesterday and today, you must expect the follow-up email. We are publishing your talks. That is the agenda that we have set for ourselves. We don't have talk shops. We are knowledge producers, and we set the agenda. So we are going to publish the proceedings of yesterday and the proceedings of today. Thank you so much. So the challenge is, what is your agenda? Dr. Ruth, you must come back and sit in the hot chair. As you come back to sit on the hot chair, I'm going to invite on stage Professor Simi Dube, College of Science, Engineering and Technology. Professor Dube is going to be the discussant, so she's going to set the scene for our question and answer session. You are welcome on stage, Professor Dube. Thank you.
No, I just want to. Good morning, colleagues. Sorry, I am an educator. Good morning, colleagues. I'll try again so that I don't talk to myself. My students, if I greet them, they're not in the class, then I leave. Then they have to call me to come and talk to them. So I'm saying good morning, colleagues, so that I know that we are all here together. Thank you for your response. I want to thank Program Director, the organizing committee for inviting me to this session. But most of all, I want to acknowledge Prof. Aluko. Thank you so much. She's not new to me. I wondered, actually, when I saw people putting me on the spot for you as a discussant, I said, who sold me out? Because I've worked with Prof. Aluko in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology for our teaching and learning festivals for some years. So she's been working with us closely and contributing very, very, profoundly towards the teaching and learning festivals over the years. So thank you again to be participating here at UNISA. Very interesting presentation that you have brought to us. And from what actually I was reflecting on as you were talking, because I had to pick this as I was standing, I felt that there is something that we need to reflect on as a continent, because this is coming more and more in our discussions, and the issue of identity, and the issue that you actually touched on the Agenda 23, where we seem to be sort of slow on responding towards what we should be doing as Africans, and also transforming the continent for what is for us and what we're actually understanding. And I'm saying that coming from the conference that we had last week in Durban on Atupa, where we had conversations on the TVETs that Professor Lalendle touched on, the community colleges, the universities, that if we are to take Africa forward, we have to have some integration that says we are not just white elephants here on top of the hill, and there are other people that we seem not to see their skills, the skill development that can only transform this continent.
if we work together. So if we want to get things innovated, researched on, we have to work corporately with the community colleges, with the TVETs or Polytechs, and acknowledge the skills and sharpen those skills. Because if you are going to theorize things, Prof. Aluko will sit and write books and books and books, and we can only have traction maybe on when people are doing statistics to see where we are publishing, but we will remain in those shelves as books which have not transformed who we are. That item number one will still remain the same, because if you are not tapping into that to transform the continent to be a player, not just in education, but in production, not just of knowledge, but of materials, of things that we want to talk to. So my then question says, having a very brilliant agenda 2023 reflected on the education, we have sustainable development goals reflected on quality education. We have all things that we do as a country, as a continent. Where are we not actually seeing opportunities for us to move forward? Because we are talking about this, Prof. Local, where we are struggling just to transform the minds of even the educators. When we struggle to make each other understand what transforming content and methodologies for teaching means, where we still struggle with the educators on just understanding that you can't be in a classroom without understanding the field that you are in and researching on it. So when we talk about scholarship of teaching and learning, when we talk about scholarly teaching, colleagues feel that you are asking for things that are outside. But we want to get onto the plane and run without understanding how students need to be supported, how we have to develop content for the type of students that we have, how we have to design curriculum for the students that we have, how we have to, infuse the technologies for the students that we have, and how we have to create and be players in the production of that technology. And we still depend on the technologies that are outside. So when you talk of the research, and you said in your remarks that you are building research into practice. So the research, if you work on research and you do not practice what you are researching on, it has no value, because you are writing it for somebody else to consume, but you are not. It's just like a preacher who is preaching but does not believe the gospel that they preach. So you are teaching with a heart that does not believe a mathematical students can pass. So if I go to a class teaching coding, and I'm already saying this is a subject that is so difficult for the students, I teach it expecting only 20% of them to pass, because that's what I've already said to them, and that's how I will deliver. I will not even try to understand that another student wants to learn it in a different way. But I've already conceptualized that this space is for the select few and those who can actually fly on their own. So you also touched on, when you're talking about the meso, the micro, and the meso macro and the micro, that, I mean, there's still quite a lot that needs to be done in this space, especially in the ODEL environment. It's just a pity that as an institution with 150 years, now I'm talking to UNISA, not just to the continent, others have come and joined us. But we still do not we struggle when we are coming to research to find people who are writing on their practices, who are writing on their teaching, on their pedagogies, who are writing on these. People still come with a frame of, I am this, because of my PhD that I was trained for. This space for teaching and learning does not belong to my business. And that's where I think the question that you asked towards the end, that what's your research agenda? I mean, if we do not understand that even when I'm a specialist as a chemist, I have to actually understand how chemistry, if I'm producing people in chemistry, needs to be actually what strengthened and taught and also transformed in a way. So until we get to that space, my question and reflections are, we will talk about things. We will write, maybe not even write. It's just a pity. I mean, you talked about the 2 books, and I was like, only 2? That's not possible. Where are the other books? Maybe she did not do proper search on the databases. But you say there were 2 books, and all of them not coming from, Africa, coming from elsewhere. Hence, you came into this space. Where are the scholars? Hence, Colin Weiss, when he's saying, what are the universities for? If when we are actually supposed to be creating knowledge for somebody who's coming into the space, we miss that opportunity of creating knowledge for somebody then to come in and step at that level. So these are the things that as we engage, we need to reflect on. We need to actually think, if students are to be successful, if students are to be equipped with the mindset of wanting to create, to research, to innovate, to be the ones that take the wealth of this continent to the next level. Otherwise, we are already coming at a low level where they just want to do something and they're out. They're not participating in the creation of the wealth as well. My other remark that I wanted to reflect on, Prof, was you spoke on examples that this is happening in a continent that is not necessarily a dark continent as we are known to be, but a continent where knowledge is created, where knowledge, even the knowledge that has been picked and people are using it elsewhere, started from here. Mathematics started from here. The counting started from the continent. That is known. The medical aspects of the tablets that we take, the aspirins and all sorts of things, are from the plants that we have. We've got the wealth of that in our spaces. But we have come to a space where we've created a gap where in our own thinking, maybe the thinking of those that made us think that our own identity is inferior, that we've decided that what we have does not matter, but I will then seek something else elsewhere. It's just sad that we get people coming all over from the northern part of the world, from wherever, the western part of the world, and they come and take the same plants. We had people come to take the same plants, just like we have people right now, when we are saying we are not colonized, we have people coming to take the same minerals as they are and taking them to process them, to the point that we cannot even actually afford this phone that they've actually taken in the world. This is way after colonization. You said we're talking about history. We're looking at the back where we are. It's said that the back and where we are the same when we talk of the economy in a different way. And if we don't teach our own students to see that they are participating on a higher level, not just to know knowledge on the book, but to participate in the creation of the economy, we are actually going to actually continue to have these kinds of conversations and reflections, and we still find ourselves struggling with poverty, struggling with just simple issues of health, where we can put systems on curricula that respond to our students, to say, how do students actually learn about what is already available? In my laboratory, how can I translate this material to clothing? Or how can I translate it from just maybe a nanomaterial to a material that can be used in the textiles, in aircraft, in whatever? but we leave it at that point where we also entered and left things. So I think there's an agenda more deeper than just for research, which says we are having a conversation on research, but on development, on innovation, on creating materials that will then sustain our environment and our continent. You also touched on examples. I'll touch on examples where you were, I didn't realize, you show me if I, okay. Okay. You stand up when you feel I'm now, yeah. I don't want you to stand up. I want to know when to stop. But anyway, thank you so much. You also moved fast, of course, when you were giving us examples of where we are, what the African continent has actually achieved, which is some of the examples that I'm touching on. When you look at the universities' catalytic niche areas, which we are saying this is where we want, this is our research focus, this is in our strategy. As you saw in the video, in the introduction, that we want to start thinking about how do we tap into, automobile, that is automotive space. How do we want to tap into energy spaces? How do we want to tap into natural science spaces, that is the biotechnology, biomedicines, and so forth, bioengineering, in astronomy, and so forth, and just in the healthcare or medicine or pharmaceuticals, and many which are actually listed there. So your examples that you brought in, if I look at the astronomy, that we already had the know-how of what it means to understand the universe, and given by the Creator himself, because when God created us, he gave us the dominion, and that dominion is not limited in one space. It speaks of the land, of the sea, of the air. Everywhere on the galaxies, we can actually tap into that. So having that capability and having a position then of dominion coming from that perspective, we actually have the potential as a continent that we had our ancestors looking at these, but we seem to have lost it somewhere. That knowledge seemed to have been lost. Instead of us building onto that knowledge and improving it and we've left that knowledge for others to come and mine that knowledge and then create other things. And we feel we are not able to create when we have the ability to create. So we have put ourselves in a space where somebody has to create something and we consume what has been created. We have become a continent that wants to consume a lot of things that are actually coming out there. Yet we have the potential to innovate, to research, to create new ideas, which is very, very fundamental. So if I use medicine that you actually touched on, which I also mentioned, we've got vast amount of, biota in this continent, where we can actually find a lot of medical, resources that we can use in their traditional form, working as engaged scholarship in the community, understanding how these were actually being utilized, working with the scientists collectively. But what we seem to be shying away from is to go straight into those while we still have the knowledge. Because, by the way, some of the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge, is not written. It's in people's minds, and we are losing out. So we are losing on all the generation that had the know-how, and we are now in a generation where we are actually going to struggle to find how to marry that gap of tapping into the knowledge which we have not written into books and archived, such that a young person coming now can build onto it even in their own technological innovations. So they are starting now on a space which is rather difficult. So I think as we are taking the CNAs as a university, but not as a university, as a nation, as a continent, because they are speaking to everybody. They are feeding to your Agenda 23 aspect of progress. What was it? Progress. The green one. Yes, the first one on the HKS, where you're talking about the progress that we should have in prosperity. Yes, in prosperity. That when we want the continent to prosper, it can only not just prosper limited to the education, to the research, but to creating things that tomorrow, even now, when we're having all these contestations, we might not be able to use. But if we have our own created things, then we know that we can actually be sustained. With that, I would like to thank you because I see I'm being asked to leave. So politely, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Prof, for that. I think Prof has raised some important questions for us to consider. With that, I'm going to open the floor for discussions and questions, and then I will give our speakers a chance to respond. Colleagues, questions? I see there's a question there. I see there's 4 there. There's another question there, Mama. Go there. Oh, yeah. So first there, yes, and then there, and then there, and then there. I'll take those. Oh, can you speak first? Then you can come after. Isn't there a mic already there? And please don't give us a speech. When you ask your question, be to the point.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the program. My name is San.
Listen to one speaker, colleagues. Yes.
My name is Sanele Lutoli. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the SRC in KZN region, and I'm also a master's student. So I would like to pose a question to Professor Lalende. There is I'll call it a crisis in the MND postgraduate students, in as far as the supervisors and responding to their student is concerned. There's an outcry in as far as students that when they write to our supervisors, some take a month or a week. What is the institution is doing to resolve that? And also in a point of funding, I don't know whether is it possible to look into the mechanism to say you grant students first year to do their proposals, and then you give funding when they qualify, and also when the ethical clearance has approved. Instead of students mostly who come from disadvantaged background, they want to pursue postgraduate, but they cannot afford to pay for registration. So on my side, I wouldn't complain with my supervisor. If I were to rate, I would give her 10 out of 10 because I don't have any experience. And then to Dr. Aluko, you mentioned where are we going in terms of the vision as a researcher. I call myself as an emerging scholar because I'm still on the ground, but I'll proceed in that fashion. So there is a Prof. Simi Dube response to the question you posed in as far as practical implementation in that area. However, she also touches on the history of the knowledge systems. Yes, we are no longer colonized, but the system, what they use the word coloniality. Yes, colonialism ended, but the system did not change. Instead of changing, it continues to advance itself. So I'll respond that there must be a way to deal and cripple coloniality as a system. And then if we use the post 1994 phrase, we call it a status quo. It is still in existence, it is alive and well, it is a big elephant in the room. And then it is a question as a collective, what is it that we are doing to deal with the big elephant in the room? Thank you.
Thank you. As the mic moves to Professor Matete, you can ask your question, Prof.
You hear me?
Yes.
I'm not fighting, but I'm trying to find out where Dr. Aluko is. Oh, she's here. Yeah, I'm looking for her here. I just want to correct a statement that came from your presentation. And I say that with a gray beard because I'm your mentor. I mentored her. So one of the things you said is when we were looking for research in ODL coming from Africa by Africans, you couldn't find any. Or yes. Yeah. So I need Professor Aluko and I to share with you that from the UNESCO chair here at UNISA, we have delivered 6 books that deal with a whole variety of ODL issues. As I speak to you right now, there are 2 books that are in the press that are coming in. So, and by the way, I wrote the foreword for her 2 volumes. They invited me. So that's part of an African being there. There's a book that just came out, you are aware, published through the Commonwealth. It's a huge handbook on open universities around the world. It covers open universities in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, the Americas. Here at UNISA, Professor Paul Prinsloo and myself have made a contribution to that. And my mentee here, we were on the podcast last week, Dr. Celia. So there's a lot of research coming out of this part of the world. Yes, we are probably only scratching the surface, but I think we are making a contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'll come back. Colleagues, hold your questions. I'll come back. Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the statements that Prof. Ruth made, but also the respondent. I pick up that there is this conflation of online, distance, e-learning, blended, hybrid, and I might even add HyFlex. And I think that's where the danger lies. But maybe let me put this background. During COVID or after COVID, ODLers celebrated the fact that the world was, now coming to join them in terms of, how business was done in terms of learning. But what is amiss, and I'm glad that some people wrote against ODLers, we're celebrating this, and they said, no, you're missing the point. What we did, the contact part of the business, what we did was just to take advantage of technology to push and continue with the interactions, with the connection that we have with our students. Because the science, the psychology of learning tell us one of the things that you have to do if you want to increase the rates, progression and all of that, you have to build on the sense of belonging, sense of connection. And I feel like when we gloss over distance and conflate it with all the others, we neglect the challenge of how to build connection to increase our rates, push for persistence and make sure that retention is high in ODL. And then I want to charge that I see then a neglect of the digital transformation. I expect UNISA to be at the forefront. And please don't throw me out of the room. I get disappointed. I get disappointed because, during COVID, the universities that survived the most in terms of creating that connection were those who were advanced at an institutional level in terms of using the learning management system, just the use of the LMS. And if such systems are there, and there is still not an institutional way of designing the learning support around it, we are missing the point. I'm tempted to say, I know you said we mustn't hog the mic, but I'm tempted to say, one of the things that happened during COVID is, for those who recognize class reps and the use of WhatsApp, which is turning out to be a free LMS. The class reps at the university where I was became the #1 port of call for students when no one was out of reach. And they did a sterling job in creating hope and saying to their peers, yes, we'll try to find the lecturers and the support services for you. And I keep on wondering, with so many modules that you talk about, Prof. Lalendle and Prof. Govender at UNISA, are you taking module reps seriously? At an institutional level, are you listening to them? Because these are the people who can help connect, the student voice. And long before they get into the SRC, these are the people who would have understood what it means to succeed in an ODL level. And I feel like these are the things that are, making UNISA to miss that place where we'd like to see UNISA to be. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a challenge, colleagues.
No, yesterday I was corrected later. They said I'm not representing what I'm supposed to represent, but I can see this a formal way. And then thanks to what the comrade from KZN that have mentioned about the challenge that we have in the region. But now it's a recommendation to Prof. Lalendle. Prof, in the region, when the master student comes to our office, we say we don't support it. Reason why we don't get the support from the actual college that they're supposed to deal with the masters. We don't advertise the masters qualification. When we go out for application, we always limit it to a degree, certificated degrees, diplomas. But we don't touch that much on masters because we don't have that information on masters. But we have the information from the undergraduate and then limited and postgraduate. So I think, as a comrade saying that the support for master's students really it's limited because as like who was speaking, I remember I think I have 9 students that they came to my office. One of the students failed the module. Because it didn't have the support from the supervisor. He said they turned it in protection tool that was supposed to use. She did not know. That's why the reason that she failed the module. So when that, if like the supervisor might be directed to the particular region, I think she was going to be assisted. So if like we look at in the region
colleagues, can we have one meeting, please?
In the support, how can we assist in that particular level, the MAD and the PhD, really we can succeed as a colleague they were saying that really we have to go out, we have to reach the student, we have to give them the support that we can see the future of those qualifications. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Hlongwane from the College of Accounting Sciences. To Prof. Aluko, you hinted on the concerns regarding the limitations or or the research which is, let me say, limited. And while you were finalizing your presentation, and the blame is to the program director for not allowing you, I saw you were about to give some facts on the mentoring and the cost-effective or cost-benefit factors. So maybe if you can just highlight a little bit as to whether those are the factors or some of the factors that are contributing to the limitations in the research space of the affected topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. There were a few questions. Yes, Tate?
Thank you very much. Agenda 2063. We are looking at a development agenda where universities are taking place, where universities become a center of development. My question is Agenda 2063 not overtaken by development events in the continent of Africa? Let me give an example of ECOWAS. You see what is going on in ECOWAS, Burkina Faso, Niger, and the others. There is a positive development that is taking place there, but we don't see or hear the voices of our ODLs in that community. Now, the second question is on what the VC was talking about yesterday, that the University of South Africa went to the AU with an agenda, but the VC did not explain what the content of that agenda was. I was there, and the agenda of that meeting was, how do we develop regional centers of excellence in ODL? But we also were overtaken by events there. You don't hear of a regional center of excellence in the 8 regions of the world. It's an embarrassment. But as I say today, we do not have a regional center of excellence in ODL, in SADC, ECOWAS, you name them all. But the agenda was, how do we have an African university? An African university will come out of these centers to be that light where it shines all over the continent. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Prof, before I respond, before I talk, let me just request from Prof. Lalendle to respond because the questions were directed to him. Prof, 2 colleagues from KZN and from Midlands.
Are you responding?
Yes.
Can you wait a minute with responses?
Okay.
Any questions, colleagues? I want to give colleagues a chance to respond in their closing remarks so that we can go to tea. Questions? Yeah, can we, when I give them a chance to respond, I'll give you a chance to respond. Yes?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mosei Hlaneto, and I'm from the Midlands region. And I'm standing here, I'm a bit disappointed that we are a room full of very, very intelligent people. Mara ha conclude solutions to the problems that we are having as a society. The first problem making you feeling addressed or asked by a colleague over there about the support of the master's students, let's say postgraduate students. My experience is that in UNISA, once you become a postgrad, there is a tap that is switched off support. you are no more supported. That one is a given, it's a fact, it's like that. We wish somebody can address it. You will go from honors to masters to PhD. The treatment is the same. High support, and we know that. It cannot be, we know of that, we read about it, we experience it firsthand, and we are at an audience like this, and something of this magnitude, it is not addressed. So whoever that needs to address it, I want to believe is Professor Lalenhle, if he can just assist us in that. The second thing that I would also like to put to us colleagues, it is something that was addressed by a Dr. Ruth Aluko. She spoke about the research agenda. Most of the qualifications that we're having, let's say in our higher education institution, today it makes me wonder, are we responding to the needs of the society? If we are responding to the needs of the society and the industries at large, why do we have such high numbers of unemployment? Because my understanding, if we were relevant, it would have meant the 50,000 plus graduates from the universities in South Africa. Probably they should be absorbed by the system because courses just to have papers. They would be responding to say, I am solving a particular dilemma within the community that I am serving, that I am in. So the question here is, are we relevant with the kind of the output that we're taking out there? The high employment rate, it cannot continue as it is. We need solutions, we need plans that are workable, plans that are tangible. The last one, Professor Dube spoke about the creation of wealth in Africa. I didn't hear her elaborate more on that. Like somebody has said, what is being done in Burkina Faso regarding the working and the processing of the raw materials that they produce there. Apparently, they are going to be building a diamond refinery or something in that nature. In South Africa, what are we doing? We have the same commodities. What are we doing as the intellects right now? We have those raw materials. Why are we still shipping them out to other countries and they come here as a finished product and we can't even afford to buy a diamond ring? It cannot be Africans. It cannot be. We need to solve things like that. I thank you.
Thank you. What's your name?
Mutsei.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was the only question there on the, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So as I give the speakers a chance to respond, she said something at the beginning of her question that is fundamental. We need to ask questions and come up with solutions together. There's no expert here who's going to answer all the questions. We must put our minds together to come up with solutions together. You said that, I like that. I think that is a way for us, if we are going to solve the problems that we have. We must sit together and not point fingers and think together so that we can come up with solutions. I'm gonna give the speakers 2 minutes to try to respond to all the questions. They might not be able to, they won't be able to. That is not the intention. They have 2 minutes, and then we're gonna have tea. You can talk to them then. We are here together the whole day, so you can go back to them at lunch and at the other tea. And then I'm gonna give them 2 minutes, and I'm gonna give you 2 minutes as well. So we have 8 minutes before tea. I'm gonna start with Prof. Dube, and then ladies first. I'm the chair, Prof. Dube.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the question. I literally have maybe 1 minute remaining. So I think as the program director has alluded, questions that are coming from the floor are not questions to be, it's a question and answer session, but it's questions that we individually, all of us seated here, all of us in the continent of Africa need to reflect on. Not even here, but even at a lower space, starting from the home space on how we are also instilling knowledge in our own children, especially coming to the issues of identity. So it starts there. It starts there in promoting the colleague that asks about if we are having things not being processed here, what does it mean? It starts from the identity of what can I do as an African? Why do we not question things like that? Because it's the collective. We can teach it, but as a collective, the whole system, from the primary to the government spaces, to everyone, that mindset, that transformation of saying we are a continent blessed with resources, we have developed people who can be trained and they can prosper. Then we all see a potential for us to then move forward, even for us not to live in the chains. You talked about systems of colonization from the UKZN, that they are still there, but it cannot be, they cannot be unbundled in small spaces. It takes everybody to actually come into that angle, to that space to unbundle. So we are here to have those conversations and come with, even in our own spaces, to start thinking with different mindset. And the examples that are given in the continent where we are seeing those development actually are saying it is possible. So we need more governments, more policies that are talking to that, such that we tap in and the institutions then are strengthened to also proceed in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I would first respond to Prof. Letseka, because I need to clarify one or two things. Please, regarding publications on the continent, we have them in millions. In fact, in Africa, South Africa is the highest published country when we talk about research. So I didn't, my presentation wasn't about pockets of publications which are massive on the continent. Those two books, I use them as an example because it's not possible to cover all the books, by the way, in just a 20 minutes presentation. But those books, they focused on research practice itself, not on pockets of publications. I know that in UNISA, Professor Prinsley has published quite extensively. I've attended his workshops on learning analytics and to what views we can put it. Professor McQuay has published on management when we talk about distance education policies. She started working when African distance education institutions did not have policies. So I wasn't talking about those individual publications. Those books were based on research practice itself in the field of distance education. I think I should make that very clear. And if you go to the last chapter of that book by Professor Panda, you will see there, where are we going? All the gaps that we have. And like my prof there said, unfortunately, there was no time. The last two slides to talk about what are the gaps that we have. Maybe in those areas, one will have referred to some of these things that we're talking about. Now, lastly, I want to address the issue of, there's a research project that I'm busy with, which hopefully also I will turn out into publications. It is about the gap between research and practice. And for that particular project, some of the colleagues seated there, they were involved in the interviews, data collection, and things like that. You will discover that, yes, we have professors going to the classrooms to teach, but there is a gap between what they are teaching and the practice that is actually going on there. We have colleagues who are seated here, who are professors, who are doctors, who are teaching, but they are not conducting research in their fields. So if you don't conduct research in your field, let's say it's in science or whatever you want to call it, and bring those results into your classroom, that is what we're talking about. Then the innovation we're talking about can start taking place. So if there is that research practice gap, there's no way we can get to where we want to go. And lastly, for the prof that spoke from that end, and like I said, 20 minutes will not be enough. In Africa currently, that Agenda 2063, we have 7 aspirations there. There is one of the aspirations in which we have scored 84% in Africa. We are doing quite well in many areas. But in the area of aspiration 1, under which falls education, we're not doing very well there. It's the lowest percentage. I think we scored 34% there, according to AU reports. And we have another area aspiration where we have 84%. So there's no balance. We are doing well, we have improved, but we are saying that this is not where we are supposed to be. If we can close that research practice gap, I believe that a lot of the things we're discussing here will be dealt with. And people will have a research agenda for themselves, even as scholars, a research agenda, even as a university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I had quite a few questions that came my way, but I just wanted to remind the people that asked me the question if they remember what I was presenting on. I presented on decoding CODeL Plus. It had something about a mention of a 2% postgraduate and master's students. Maybe that's where I got then the hook for them to hook me into that. But just to respond to that, everyone might have their own personal experiences around supervisor-supervisee relationship. But from a structural point of view within UNISA, we have contracts between supervisors and their students. And it's upon that binary connection that happens between those two to actually respect that. And I think yesterday we talked about if a student gives you an assignment today, tomorrow they expect you to have actually responded. Those are some of the challenges in terms of managing those expectations. That's why we have that contract. In terms of research support, I can sit here and say we are among the best university in the world that supports their students, postgraduate students, honors and everything, because firstly, we are distance institution. Our support is online and we run programs that actually run. Professor Mbata is there, he can tell you how many is from that unit. We run them on a weekly basis for supervisors, supervisees, and how to deal with methodology and all those particular aspects. The issue that we have noticed, we go to also to the regions. We've got what we call, it's called SEQUAS, student, whatever it is in quality assurance, engagement in quality assurance. You find that students are not aware of the services that are available at the university. And where can you be aware of the services that are available to the university? You must go to the sites of the university and look for that information. That's the nature of what then a CODeL environment is for us. That's one matter. Chair, you came and asked me difficult questions. I'm not sure why, but which is about connectivity, access to this, electricity. There are ministers and everybody in this country that deal with those issues. But for me, I can't answer on those aspects because it's about erosion of what we call a social contract that our government should have with its citizens. There's a decay in ethics where you see rampant corruption and the rest of the thing. Therefore, the provisions of services to the communities where there's uneven access to those things is a government problem. And I think the former minister, when he left, I sat with him in a table and I told him that we're creating centers across the country so that we can solve your problems because you have not created appropriate infrastructure for us to be able to provide the services that we need to provide to our students. Therefore, we've taken it upon ourselves. If you look at the Florida campus, it was built with 1 billion rands of UNISA's money in order to be able to deal with these particular things. Therefore, what I'm trying to say, let's sort out other aspects that are outside our domain as the University of South Africa. Other things you could ask. There's Professor Mbatena, I think, to answer you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you still want to say something?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Vyoga Zisigaka from a regional service center in Umtata in the Eastern Cape region. I also want to add to what Prof has shared with us. The problem that we have, it's lack of information. For instance, we have through his department, what we call the the community of practices to ensure that we provide quality services to our students. One of those community of practices, we've got the Research COP committee, which I am a deputy chairperson. On a monthly basis, we are running workshops for postgraduate students. And all the regions, we invite them. So you may possible do not have the information, but the SRC that is just across here, they know the workshops that we have, we send invitations to them. So please do link up with them so that they can give you the information. Otherwise, we are supporting our postgraduate students. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We're gonna break for tea. I'll give her space when we come back. You said, Prof. Letseka, you said I must be tight on time. You said that to me. Yes. So, colleagues, let's give our speakers a round of applause. And I want to close this session by saying that when we think about education for liberation means that we teach people to resolve problems. Education for liberation means education must facilitate our ability to solve problems. Paulo Freire, colleagues, Paulo Freire. We come back in 15 minutes. I'm going to stand here in 15 minutes and call you back. Thank you, colleagues. Oh, it's now hot, eh? Our speakers in the room. I don't see Professor Magwe. Is Professor Magwe here? Is Dr. Jenny here? Is Dr. Alice here? Is Dr. Ngepatimu? Ngepati. Am I pronouncing it correct? Thank you, colleagues, for the discussions that we had earlier. We are grateful that you are still here. I'm going to call our first speaker to come forward. As I do so, I also would like to ask colleagues that we should not have two meetings. If you want to have a brief discussion, leave the room, colleagues, so that we give respect to our speakers. I'm going to now invite colleagues in the kitchen. Thank you. We don't want to hear you. I'm going to call Dr. Ngepatimo Kadila, who is Chief Executive Officer, Namibian College of Open Learning. And he's going to speak on open learning and vocational competency needed for Africa's development. Dr. Ngepatimo, please come. I'll come harass you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Director of the proceedings. Good morning, fellow symposium participants. Let me start by thanking the UNISA, the entire management team and organizers of this symposium for having invited me to be one of the participants. And I'm also pleased to share with you my thoughts on the topic that was given to me, which is open learning and vocational competency needed for African development. Affirming CODeL is my name, and you heard that I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibian College of Open Learning in Namibia. The Namibian College of Open Learning is a public institution established by Act of Parliament in 1997. We are getting closer to 30 years. But I'm new in that portfolio. I joined the college on the 1st of March, 2025. So therefore, it's my privilege to participate here in this symposium which talks about open learning, so that I learn from the experts. Before I joined, I came from the University of Namibia, which is a conventional, I think it's a traditional university, as I saw the classification there. Without further ado, because I have 30 minutes to talk about this topic, let me go straight to the agenda of the day. Just some few facts about Africa's development context and opportunities that are there. Research has it that about 1.5 billion people are in Africa, and about 60% of that population is under the age of 25, the youth population. So that presents an opportunity for Africa's development. And it's also estimated that by 2050, about 2.5 billion people will be in Africa. And that will form one of the largest workforce globally, apart from Asia. And it's also acknowledged that higher education in general, and also ODEL in particular, or institutions, they've been acknowledged to be a catalyst for the attainment of sustainable development goals. So many things have been spoken about sustainable development goals, as well as Agenda 2063. The relevance of SDGs as well as Agenda 2063. Alongside with national development agendas, each country will have its own national development agenda. In Namibia, we are talking about Vision 2030. So, which is around 5 years away. I'm not quite sure, as we're going to review ourselves, whether we will have achieved that dream. So all these should be quality indicators, in my view, and should be integrated in program development and course planning in higher education institutions, including ODEL institutions. So that is the only way we can achieve those aspirations. Otherwise, if they are not included in the curriculum, how do we realize that the workforce that comes out of universities in the form of graduates are going to implement as per expectations? The current challenges that many speakers have already alluded to, I will not spend much of time here. The issue of skills gap. It's always being said, higher education institutions, including ODEL, of course, they produce graduates that are not fit for purpose. So in terms of what we teach and what the job expectations require. In terms of research investment, research has it that as Africa, we spend too little of our GDP on research and development, less than 1%. And in terms of access, so as ODEL institutions, we provide access to education, but how do we strike a balance between inclusivity, equity, access, and quality education? So quality and quantity are not two sides of the same coin. If you open up too wide, what compromises are we making on quality? And if we tighten the doors, what compromises are we making in terms of equitable access? So these are the difficult questions as ODEL practitioners that we need to ask ourselves. And the issue of quality, we even need to do more than what a conventional institution does in terms of mechanisms, systems, mechanisms that are in place to ensure the quality of teaching, quality of assessment, and so forth. Then in terms of infrastructural deficiency, as Africa, we are the lowest in terms of ICT infrastructure. And we have vast land with large populations living in rural areas where connectivity is poor. And with the latest technological advancements, there's that shift from your traditional ODL to ODEL, where technological integration becomes the business of the day in delivering open learning. The issue of digital divide and curriculum gaps, whereby we develop curricula, but as I alluded to earlier, there's always that blame shift between the institution and the employer, where they feel there are certain attributes that our graduates do not possess. And as ODL institutions know no borders, we want to offer international programs or programs at continental level. As we develop our curricula, how do we strike a balance between, for example, in the case of UNISA, what South Africa needs versus what Namibia needs, because that curriculum is not meant for a South African citizen. It goes beyond the border. So how do we balance, strike that balance? In terms of specific skills that we require, or that is required for African development in particular, there are so many. But there are two types. You have the technical skills, your hardcore job-specific skills that is required in that particular field. Let's say if it's a law degree, to make a good lawyer, what content must they be introduced to? But there are also other generic skills that this graduate will need, like digital literacy. This could be for non-IT related programs. Everyone needs this to become digitally literate. There are also certain soft skills, like issue of ethics. If we don't teach them ethics, we only teach them legal drafting and so forth, they become good lawyers who are unethical, or good accountants. Imagine what will happen if that accountant is unethical. Then innovation, they need to be innovative in order to drive social and economic development of the continent. Digital skills, I classified between digital literacy that everyone needs, including myself, who is not IT expert. Then digital skills for IT-related practices or fields such as cybersecurity, networking, data analysis, and so forth. Then entrepreneurial skills, so that, and this is also linked to one of the standard development goals, where we need to create solutions for poverty reduction and global citizenship. So it's a high time that we train for the globe. It's no longer time when we develop or we train for our local market. Probably that's why there's so high rate of unemployment, because our graduates, once they graduate there, because we may not have equipped them very well to go global. So you start looking for jobs locally, which are nowhere to be found. But there are opportunities out there. But if they have these skills for networking and being global citizens, they should be able to land a job, their first job, somewhere in Asia, in Europe, in Australia, and so forth. But the big question is, perhaps it's very easy to develop these skills in a conventional environment, whereby, education institution is a social setting. So people must interact. So we talk about social constructivism. How do we do this in an ODEL space? So that's the big question, whereby the student might be separated in terms of space and time from others and from the instructor. That's a big question that we need to respond to, such that, because when they graduate from ODEL institution or ODEL program, the labor market will not distinguish that you came from that institution through ODEL, therefore you are exempted from these skills. They must compete equally. Then from NAMCO experience, we are, although we are, I said we are close to 30 years, we have we have broad mandate whereby our programs cover secondary education for this mainstream high school leavers who did not do well, so that they can improve their grades to gain access to TVET and tertiary programs or higher education programs. We also have a TVET stream where we offer hardcore technical vocational education programs. Then we have higher education programs, and so that's why we have a broader mandate. But when the institution started, the focus was more on secondary education programs. Therefore, so part of my vision is now to expand on TVET programs and as well as higher education programs. So therefore, our expertise in those two legs might be a little bit limited in terms of program offerings, but that's part of my vision to expand on that. And there's also an agenda to transform the college into an open university. And we are learning from UNISA, our colleagues from Botswana Open University, that used to be Bogodol, and we learned from each other, but their system helped them to move very fast and transform. So we are on the way. So in terms of program delivery, I indicated already that we have those three legs, but we are trying to embrace innovative teaching and learning approaches by combining your traditional methods because of those challenges that I mentioned later. We cannot just go 100% E, otherwise we are going to leave out a large majority of the Zambian population and abroad that will need access to education. So we have e-learning, for example, or learning management systems like Moodle, but we also do have programs that have block release sessions where they come to their nearest campuses for a week or two to get face-to-face interaction. That is also taking our, bringing the social aspect to the fore, because otherwise purely technology might leave that element which might have a limitation in terms of developing those graduate attributes that are required. We have a countrywide presence, campuses across the country, and we want to turn these campuses into IT hubs so that whoever resides in that geographic area and they may experience technological challenges, they may come to our nearest campus to access the services there. Why it matters, ODL or open learning matters? I already indicated that it offers opportunities for borderless education. While your conventional programs will be limited in terms of space, geographic space. So UNISA has programs or students all over the globe. So the borders immaterial. Accessibility, affordability, scalability, and flexibility, this is mentioned by my previous speakers. Then the need for us to realize that the skills that are required, vocational skills that are required. So there is a need, a great need for regional or continental collaborations. We cannot do it alone. As we said, it's borderless, but there's opportunities for continental programs. Why can't we develop joint programs that we can jointly offer? NAMCO and Botswana Open University has a very intense quality assurance program whereby we look at each other's systems, we make recommendations for improvement, then we have a common understanding of what is happening in each other's institutions. So that in itself promotes credibility, recognition of qualification, and credit transfer. In terms of quality assurance standards, so the issue that I have with the current arrangement, particularly in our country, is that the standards from regulators, they are biased towards conventional settings. And no effort was put in place to review them so that we have fit for purpose standards when they come for accreditation of our programs. So they want to see physical infrastructure where we are mostly E. They want to see the students' staff ratio whereby the staff may take thousands through E. So they want to see full-time versus part-time staff where ODEL environment rely mostly on part-timers. All these need to be ironed out if we have to claim our position, rightful position as ODEL institutions. So we need to promote student mobility, issues of collaborative research, partnership, and all over the world, most of the programs that are out there, like EU programs, so they promote partnerships in terms of the SDGs, maybe 3 partners or 2 partners, so that only when you show evidence that you are prepared to partner with another institution, then you can access funding and so forth. And we need a strong AU support to in terms of policy to drive this agenda of harmonization and continental frameworks in ODL. So there's also a strong need for university-industry partnership. In a conventional way, maybe it's very easy because they are on the campus, then there's a certain semester off to the world of work to gain practical experience. So in an ODEL environment, how do we do that? We need to do that because, as I said, the job market will not discriminate that you didn't have that experience because you are coming from an ODEL program. So university industry partnership will help us in terms of skills mapping because industries will help us. What are the competencies? What are the skills that are required there so that we include them in our curricula? Work integrated learning, so equipment sharing. Some of the programs may be costly or within our institutions, we might have outdated equipment, but if we partner with industry, they might have up-to-date, state-of-the-art equipment that we could access for our training purposes. So graduate placements, so when we partner, strong partnership with industry, it makes it easy to secure work placement for our graduates, which may also have direct employment pathways because once they practice, they have proven themselves that they are competent, they have all the skills required, they may be easily absorbed by the industry. So it's also a way of getting that continuous feedback from industry for program improvement. There's an issue of how do we develop these skills? How do we integrate these skills in our curricula, particularly the soft skills? It's easy with the hardcore, but the soft skills, how do we integrate them? So the challenge is to decide whether you want to make them implicit or explicit. So implicit, you embed them in the curriculum, but they're not standing out. Explicit, this is your hardcore skills, this is your soft skills required. And how do you develop them, whether it's implicit or explicit? So there's also a lack of standardized definition for graduate employability. It all depend on different types of stakeholders. This one will say they need this. So we need to define it. And that limited industry academic collaboration need to improve. And the assessment of transferable skills, those soft skills, they may be a challenge to assess. How do we know? Because it's difficult to teach those skills. It will also be difficult to assess. But we need to find a way of developing them and also to assess whether our graduates or our students have possess those vocational skills we need them to have. Some possible solution, you could make it explicit. Like in the case of NAMCOL, we have certain modules like digital literacy. So which will help the students to develop IT skills. So we have modules like standalone modules like academic English for academic purpose, which focus on academic writing, research for whatever learning purposes, learning how to learn. So these are explicit because they are standalone modules, but the certain skills like collaborative skills, teamwork, they can be easily embedded in already when you are teaching or when you are assessing, when you ask them to do presentations, to work in teams, and so forth. So we need to develop academics so that they have this employability pedagogy. They are experts in their fields, and if we don't focus on academic development for them to have skills on how to help students develop these, it might be a struggle. So structured industry engagement programs where we can form MOUs with industry players, and also assessment, competence-based assessment that frameworks that will assess whether the graduate or students are competent. I'm getting closer to the end. I want to stay within the time allocated. Oh, I'm still good. Okay, I wanted to break the record. Because other speakers were like politicians, when they say, in conclusion, in conclusion, before they come to a conclusion. So policy recommendations, we need to create enabling environment for things to happen in ODEL environment, like at national level, ODEL national policies. I understand in Namibia, that policy is there, it's out of date, it needs to be updated. We need to have clear regulatory framework in place, standards. I have already mentioned that accreditation and recognition of all the institutions and qualifications need to have a separate set of standards. Not to say that they are inferior to the standards that are used in conventional settings, but standards that are fit for purpose. So they are saying, we just adopt them when we come there. But the accreditors, the reviewers who are being sent there, they have little knowledge because they are picked from anywhere without even consideration that how much do they know about ODEL. When they come there, they grill the program about what the physical infrastructure, the library, the books, not much about the e-library and so forth that which support that environment or IT infrastructure. So already within the standards, little maybe 1% talks about IT, but you are assessing an ODEL institution or an ODEL program. So digital infrastructure, we need to invest in this. UNISA has this beautiful campus, very big, very huge. But for us perhaps that are starting to expand, we may not need these physical infrastructures. We need to invest more in technology, AI, and so forth, so that we provide that access effectively. Because if you have a small regional office which is equipped, is to be as big as this campus. So continuous professional development in methodological skills our academics need, particularly that we rely more on part-timers. We have a skeleton staff, but mostly we deliver, our programs are delivered through part-timers who have their primary responsibility at their, whatever their full-time employment, which may be a conventional institution. We expect them to do wonders in an ODEL environment. Public-private partnership, regional harmonization, and the issues of call for action. We need to act, we need to collaborate, we need to innovate, we need to invest in research, we need to integrate SDGs and Agenda 2063 expectations in our curricula. That's how we develop those skills required. And in conclusion, I want to end by saying, Africa, we envision through Agenda 2063 prosperous innovation, self-reliance will be built, not be built in boardrooms or government offices, but in the minds and heads of skilled youth of Africa. Open learning and vocational competencies are the tools that will make this vision a reality. When you have open learning, you have vocational competencies, it translates to African development. But we know we have the talent, we have the technology, although it's limited, but at least something to start with. We have the vision, we know where we want to be. We need a collective willpower for everybody, you, myself, industry, everyone else. And that time is now. On that note, thank you very much. I want to play my record.
You were like on time, like spot on.
Okay,
spot on. Thank you so much. We are grateful for expanding the conversation. She wants evidence. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a seat here.
Notebook.
Thank you so much. So we've had a few challenges, and some of them, I'm abusing the chair for a second before I call the discussant, Professor Mark. That for us to succeed, we need a balance. And then we also need to be aware of the bias in how quality assurance institutes are biased in the standards that they set. They don't look at us based on who we are, but they look at us based on the traditional idea of what a university is. But then there's one question I want to throw back at you. Given where Africa is, should we be rushing to disinvest from physical infrastructure and invest more in digital infrastructure? If you know that your students don't have access to electricity in their homes, is it not wise to build solar systems in your campus so that your students can come to your campus? Just like schools are safe havens for our children, universities that are CODeL can create the same safe space. Is it possible? I believe that we should continue investing in our physical infrastructure, because the way we respond as Africa should be very different from how the West responds. That is what I'm throwing into the mix. With that, I invite my professor, the scholar, the comrade, the policymaker, Professor Marco, to be discussing. Thank you, Prof. I'll come here when time is up.
That's going to be a difficult one. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'm sorry I missed the morning session. I was attending to other needs, but at least I caught your presentation. And thank you so much for referring to open education, open distance learning education system with addressing the deficit that we find in the spaces that we work in. And I'm going to also talk about quality a little bit. Usually when people talk about quality, they always refer to a person who's standing in front of a class and teaching people, and that's, for them, it's quality. And quality really need to focus on the learning outcomes. What type of a graduate are we producing at the end of the day? Is this graduate going to be effective in the economic environment of the country that we live in? Is that graduate going to do what is expected by the nation? Is that graduate going to participate in addressing the national priorities? And if that graduate does not address that, for me, that's not quality. It's something else. So, and I think we are married to this because our curriculum has not been disrupted, for the real sense of the word, disrupted for the Africa we want, for the Africa that we need to develop. Our curriculum needs to talk to us. And it's not. If you can't see yourself in the curriculum, definitely, you won't be able to make sense, you won't be able to address, and you won't be able to ensure that that curriculum addresses the areas that you want to talk about. Prof. Dr. Kadila emphasized a lot about soft skills. I don't call them soft skills, I call them critical skills. Problem solving is a critical skills.
Solution-oriented things, it's a critical skills. If you solve a problem of water in a rural environment, that's a critical skill. It's not soft. And it starts in your head. It starts in your mind. You cannot be innovative if you are not a critical thinker. So I think we need to remove these soft skills because it is not. It is what the world needs, is what the country needs. It's the same with ethics. You can't call ethics as soft in countries that are so corrupt and having all sorts of things, and you still call that soft. And I think even in what we need to do, we need also to rename certain things that we feel strongly about. And I heard you, Dr. Kadila, you were very strong about soft skills, but these are really, really critical skills that we need. We live in a society that has faced disruptions of unbelievable measures. The population of Africa, in the next 10 years, 60% of Africa's population will be below the age of 25. So this is where the world has to start. And we cannot continue to feed them what we have been fed if we want a different Africa. We need to get a different Africa by ensuring that we disrupt whatever that has been made real or something that we think is what education should be. Digitalization came. It didn't come alone. It came with AI. AI disrupted everything. And now we are following AI blindly. We are not looking at how we can use AI, how we can influence what is embedded in that AI. There are no indigenous languages in that space. We can't even see ourselves. In one conference, there was a lady who was talking about if you look at AI and the data that is there and show the map like a map of the world, all the data was coming from the North and North America. Nothing, very little, if anything, from here. But we have a lot to contribute. We have indigenous knowledge system that they come and harness and take them elsewhere and do something different with it. So those are some of the things that we have that we don't share with the world. So our interest is to become like them rather than, and that for me is not an exchange. It's moving to a certain direction that other people want us to move to. Climate change is another disruptor. And climate change is a disruptor because we are not using the indigenous knowledge way of sustaining the environment. And if you look closely, the indigenous ways of doing things had actually sustained the environment far more than what the climate change that we are talking about. We are addressing somebody else's problem. And we are not using what we have in our world. And as the world changes, are we as universities or educational institutions continuing with business as usual, or are we engaged in helping shape the future we want? Alvin Toffler, one of the futurists, once said, much of education springs from some image of the future. If the image of the future held by a society is grossly inaccurate, its education system will betray its youth. And that's a fact. Dr. Kaila talked about policy. Policy is a futuristic document. And when we draw a policy, we need to draw a policy knowing for very well that the policy that we are putting together, it needs to address the education problem long term, not now. We shouldn't even look at what is happening now. We need to look at what may happen 20 years down the line, because this 60% of Africa's population will be adults at that time.
And therefore, whatever we do, we must make sure that we address it. So Africa, we envision, Dr. Kabila, as I'm winding down, the Africa that we envision is the Africa that is not going to betray its youth. It must start there. That we are in the education system to ensure that our population survives and to ensure that our youth become a different type of youth that we were. Because we can't address yesterday's problems. We can't use today's solution to address yesterday's problems. Yesterday is gone. We need to start addressing future problems and think about it now. I'm in teacher education. In the College of Education, I always tell people that when you teach a teacher in 2025, the impact of that teacher will only happen not after she graduates. It will take place 10 or even 20 years later. So we cannot teach a teacher the same way that I've been taught. We have to teach a teacher and thinking ahead of time that the skills that this teacher needs is this. Because one, the teacher will be standing in front of a child who doesn't know how to socialize. A child who has been raised by cell phone. How do we make that happen? That's a challenge. And we cannot continue to do things the way we have done when children who have been raised by cell phones, who don't even know how to play, by the way. We need to start by teaching them how to play, because they sit and watch and move things on the screen. So what is it that we're doing? So the future that we envision for Africa must start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mako. So she wins. She saved us like 7 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Very much. So if colleagues who will be coming can save us like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'll be grateful. I'm now going to invite Dr. Jenny Glennie, former CEO, South African Institute for Distance Education. She's going to speak on reflections on challenges and opportunities for open distance and e-learning. Round of applause for Dr. Jenny.
I think I can see. Thank you.
Can you
Okay. I'm going to say, I hope not disappoint you, but in fact, the title that I was assigned is not the title that's on the program. So it's going to be somewhat different. And I will be describing revisiting the debate of openness for the University of South Africa. So that was what I was asked to speak about in. So let's get going. Why am I here? I am Jenny Glennie. I'm this previous CEO of SADI, had a long association with UNISA. I first tutored students in 1974 at UNISA. We did a review and assessment of UNISA in 1985. I sat on the Broad Transformation Forum for many years and had a very exciting time there. I then sat on the council and on the council that actually brought together UNISA, Technikon SA, and the distance education campus of Vista. And I also, let me just say, was sitting on the CHE and the HEQC when we made great efforts in South Africa. I don't know that we totally succeeded in ensuring that the quality assurance criteria that were used for audit and for accreditation, that those criteria could be seen from a distance education perspective. And much later, Sadie actually developed a set of guidelines of how one could look at those criteria from a distance education perspective. And that might be worth sharing a little more. But okay, let me move as quickly as I can. I have 30 minutes. I stand between you and lunch. So let's go. So I want to say that the O in COEDEL plus. I think somehow we have to get this to be a little more tripping off the tongue. But I do think that the O part is the key to the soul of UNISA. It is a holy grail, is what I'm going to discuss, of defining open learning. I'm then going to go and look at open learning in South African policy, and then make some suggestions about what does UNISA stand by in opening learning. So, a long time ago, this is 75, somebody said, open learning is an imprecise phrase to which a range of meanings can be and is attached. It eludes definition by an inscription, but it is an inscription to be carried in the procession of a banner, gathering adherents and enthusiasms. That's how it has great potential. Well, I think we can do better than that. But on the other hand, Recent Open Praxis, which is an international organization, they recently had discussions with open learning experts, and these were the things that they came up with. And you can see the many, many words that they use. They talk about it being a diverse range of values. So a lot of this is about values. Sharing, access, flexibility, affordability, enlightenment, removing barriers, empowerment, caring, agency, trust, innovation, sustainability, collaboration, co-creation, social justice, equity, transparency, all of these things, inclusivity, decolonization, democratization, all of these things we have heard in the corridors of this conference, very exciting conference today. So open has been used in many ways, long back in our South African history, and it's still spoken about and sometimes chanted today. The doors of learning and culture shall be open. I think they had a very broad and expansive view of what they meant at that stage by open. We then had the open schools in South Africa. That was a very narrow definition. It was just saying that schools should be open to all races and ethnicities. So that was a different way it was used. We talk about open education, and often that means the 5 R's. In other words, that we have open education resources and as well social justice issues and practices to open up opportunity. And then we have open pedagogy as another way in which we speak. And that concentrates on learner-centered practices, the co-production of knowledge, and the educator as a facilitator, mentioned earlier in this conference. I'm not going to go through all of these, but just to say about massive open learning online courses, open online courses. Interestingly, these are very unopen in all sorts of ways, except that you can go on for free. You don't get any support. You can't ask any questions. And the resources are usually not open, so you can't ever use them again. But what does South Africa say about open learning in our policy? It was actually in the 1995 third white paper on education. They spoke about it as being an approach to education which seeks to remove all unnecessary barriers while aiming to provide learners with a reasonable chance of success in an education centered on their specific needs and located in multiple arenas of learning. I think that definition actually holds quite well. And it's built around key principles, each of which is aimed at opening up particular features or aspects of learning for learners, and that can effectively inform and transform educational practice. Then in the white paper, open learning has a whole chapter. It talks about different modes of provision. And it talks about, again, open learning as an approach which combines the principles, and these are all the things they speak about: learner-centeredness, lifelong learning, flexibility of learning provision, removal of barriers. These are all things that UNISA can stand by. The recognition of credit of prior learning, the provision of learner support, and the construction of learning programs in the expectation that learners can succeed, and the maintenance of rigorous quality assurance over materials and support systems. And goes on to say that DHET supports the development of a post-school sector based on open learning principles, where quality learning environments are constructed, take account of the student context, and use the most appropriate and cost-effective methods and technologies. Now, since 2017, various things have changed. We've had fees must fall, so we're much more alive to issues about decolonialization and being inclusive of the ideas and knowledge of different perspectives. To be able to see, to quote Prof. Makwa, able to see oneself in the programs offered, taking into account our really changing world, and taking into account, and I think this is really important, that generative AI can exacerbate existing inequalities, and being aware that generative AI can promote a worldview that is very narrow and perpetuates societal basis. So we have to be careful as we move into this terrain of artificial intelligence. But I do believe that UNISA now, guided by policy, suggests that UNISA establishes itself carefully what it means by open learning in its title. What are the facets of open does UNISA stand by? You don't need to rush to other people's interpretations, that your registration must be open. Well, actually, it can't really be. You do have rhythms and practices in higher education that also help with learner support and also help with learner success. Now, I think there are three clusters within those open learning principles that we spoke about that may assist UNISA. The first one is about access. I'll discuss more about that in a moment. The second one is about success. And the third cluster is about producing empowered graduates. Let's look at this first one. The first one is about increasing access and removing unnecessary barriers. And many things can go under this heading. You need to be asking yourself, are the opportunities meaningful? Is the physical access assured? Is there both epistemological and, Professor Matete, epistemic access? Is that bridged? Is there appropriate flexibility, as well as about where students are learning, as well as how they are learning? And UNISA is pretty good at that. And I wondered about UNISA, how good a understanding do you have of your target audience? What barriers are they facing as they access the opportunity that by enrolling in UNISA they have got? We have heard here many examples of students worrying about the digital access. And that is a big difficulty. Maybe it is the problem of the state and not of UNISA, but you can't really take a student and accept their fees if they then are not going to be able to access a large majority of the services that are offered. So what are we going to do about that? How can we remove some of these barriers? Now, these principles of openness, success, and empowered graduates are actually in tension with each other. There is a tension between enabling access and adequately providing for success. So very often you can make, and I think the NAMCO prof spoke about that, widening the access, but actually then you've got too many students, then too many places, too many courses, and you are not actually providing adequate opportunity for success. There are principles in tension between being flexible but providing enough structured support. So again, in terms of things like assignments, you do want to have assignments with relatively set dates so that the lecturers can actually prepare and then respond to all of those assignments and mark them very quickly. So the quest is to open learning optimally and in our resource-stretched environment cost effectively. Now, I just want to look briefly at these figures, and this is about what's happened in South Africa, something I think we can be really quite proud of. If you start on this side, Census 1996, you can see the composition of South Africa's as a country. 77% were African students using the population group descriptors. If you move on and look at 1994, the date of our independence, if you like, what percentage of those students was in university? 43% out of a 77% of the population. By 2005, that number had increased to 61%. By 2014, it had increased to 70%. And 2022, it had increased to 81%. And if you look at the census at that time, it more or less matches the census of that particular day, which is covered, I'm afraid. It's the one on the right of that side, the census 2022. And this is just a figure from Vital Statistics 2020. If you look on the right-hand side, you'll see, 2022, you'll see how the higher education population matches that of the population group. And when I speak about this fact internationally, people are amazed. I mean, to a large extent, this does reflect income inequality. So we do all know that still whites are much richer than Africans, etc. But what we find here is that we have got huge access to the African population in our country. And what about gender? Well, if we look here, we can see on this side here, Census 1996, 48%, the red one, were male, 52% were women. What did we see at the universities? 45% were women against the 52% in the population, and 55% were male. That had turned around already. I don't think we were so aware of it at the time. 2005, 55% of university enrollments were for women and 45% for men. And then if we move on to 2014, 2022, we see the male proportion really getting smaller and smaller. So by 2014, there were only 42% of males in universities. At 2022, there were only 38%. How did that reflect against the census? Well, the census does have fewer men than women for a range of reasons I won't go into here. But a 38% participation rate compares with 49%. So there is a grave difference there. I'll come back a little bit later to attainment rates because that is a serious problem as well. I want to say that at a recent UNISA event, a minister maintained that a lack of access to education would exacerbate gender biasness. She further urged institutions of higher learning to drive a purposeful and gender-balanced education system. Actually, our education system is very biased towards women. What is of concern is that we find that there are remaining biases in the workplace and in some postgraduate studies. I do believe, however, that we need to be very concerned about why male students are not attracted in the kinds of proportions that they should be attracted to higher education. What do we need to research here to ensure that we have greater equity in this regard? This is just some of the institutions. So one can talk about a race, one can talk about gender, but what about socioeconomic status? Well, in the country, we've not got great measures, and I don't know whether UNISA has actually provided this sort of data for itself, but I really think it should. This is 6 institutions that were part of Symposium. And you will see how different the different institutions are. So quintile 1 to 3, that's the yellow one, you'll see that some of the institutions, and they weren't particularly disadvantaged institutions, had up nearly 70% of their students were from quintile 1 to 3. That is a remarkable achievement in South Africa. It really is. There's some universities who are still a little behind in that regard, and I'll let you guess which that one is. But some institutions, and I think the one actually, I think it's institution 6, is University of KwaZulu-Natal. And they made a particular point of enrolling quintile 1 to 3 students. Yeah, it's an extraordinary change that they have had. And then you see the percentage of first-time entering students sponsored by NSFAS. Well, you see a huge number in this regard. Some of the institutions have up to 35%, others have far fewer. But that's again an indication of the kinds of students that we're able to meet. I'm sure you all know that your family needs to have income of less than 350,000 Rand per annum in order to be able to qualify for a NSFAS grant. But I want to ask you, UNISA, what percentage of students are from rural areas? How many are from informal settlements? What proportion are from across different provinces? At one stage, UNISA was very, very concentrated in several provinces, but very little in others. Does that still happen? So UNISA, I think, needs to really clarify who is getting access into the institution, and are there groups that you really feel should be there that are not there? I do know, and I don't have any figures for that UNISA has made a special effort as far as disability is concerned, and I'm sure we'd find good proportions in that regard. The next one, which is the one the Vice-Chancellor mentioned, that we have so few students who can enter various of our programs because they have not studied maths and science for their matric. And I was horrified to discover that in Gauteng, the vast majority of students who do maths, not maths literacy, not technical maths, they are from quintile 5 schools. So quintile 5 schools are the richest schools in the country, the top 20%. There's a whole debate now. There are some schools that are in there that shouldn't be in there, like in the middle of Hillbrow. But in general, it's a good measure of the poverty status of people in those quintiles. And so I was pleased that the Vice-Chancellor, and I think it's something universities together need to be doing, is how do we deal with this maths and science problem, because it's preventing lots of people from doing the kinds of programs that they ought to be doing. And then finally, ODEL must remain comparatively affordable. I'm sure you know that at the moment, half of the state gives half of the input subsidy that it does to face-to-face institutions, but it does give a full graduate reward, and that students in general pay roughly half per module compared to the contact. Why is this so important? It's so important because there are huge fiscal constraints. And we see not only in South Africa, but lots of other countries. Britain, for example, has a big problem about the affordability of higher education. The model is not realizable. We cannot have the number of students we want in higher education if we continue with the residential model. So there's no point in ODEL becoming as expensive as the face-to-face institutions. It needs to remain cost-effective. And this diagram just shows you particularly the effect of NSFAS. If you see that top figure is the NSFAS, the amount of money per learner going to NSFAS students. The next one, the red one, is the university core funding, again per learner. So NSFAS is much higher than the amount per learner of the university costs. And you look right down at the bottom to the dotted line. That dotted line is ECD, and you see how very little money goes to ECD per learner and how much it's in the news at the moment to try and increase that amount, because that is a way in which people get a head start, is by being part of early childhood learning. So as UNISA forges its future contribution, there's some obvious ways in which it can be more cost effective. Now, I have been horrified in the past, and I think one should be looking at this from an access perspective. Often the textbooks that UNISA prescribes are actually more expensive than the course fees. And that is something that we do have to do something about. And open textbooks is one way of doing that, making sure that they're much cheaper than they currently are. Second, open education resources. And I'd also, it's so important that we provide open education resources because those resources get into the commons and reflect an African perspective, which is otherwise not there in the digital world. And then something that has been mentioned before, but I think is important, collaboration in your country. So there are many reasons why UNISA could collaborate in South Africa for short online courses, not short, sorry, low enrollment online courses. There's no reason why you can't have a partnership with UKZN, with Limpopo, University of Venda. There's no reason why one can't share in that way, rather than each institution creating its own course with very few students, because we all know that there's a huge relationship between the cost of staff and the cost of students. But then also in the country, why are we not collaborating with University of Open Tanzania more than we are at the moment? Similarly with Botswana Open University and NAMCOL, and various other universities across the continent, because that would make, it would give us a head start. So let's move on to the second one. The second cluster of open learning principles is about enabling success. Are we building on learners' experiences? I like the way Professor Matete spoke about it. Do you see yourself in this learning material? We all know, those of us who studied Vygotsky, about the zone of proximal development. You need to be close to what you're going to learn, to have some kind of hook on what it is. Do our courses encourage active engagement? Do they create the conditions for a fair chance of success? Sima mentioned earlier today that there were academics who were very proud of the fact that they constructed the course that it had a 20% pass rate, and we were going to continue that way. And do they create the conditions for a fair chance of learner success? Is there appropriate support? And so the questions you should be asking, are your learners staying in the system? Are they passing their modules? Are they attaining their qualification? Do they have are they emerging with the knowledge, the competencies, the communication skills, character, and the meta-learning needed for the changing world? Now, some years and years ago, when we did a review of UNISA with top ODEL experts from across the world, we looked at throughput rates in 1995. And for the 3-year, well, at the moment, there weren't 360 credits, but there were 360 degrees. And at that stage, the throughput rate after 9 or 10 years of study, for every 100 students who started in the arts, 15 ever graduated. To begin with, at that stage in science, every 100 students who started, only 6 finally completed, and of the commerce students, it was 10. Now, I am pleased that UNISA has made quite substantial progress since then, but I think it still could make some more. So this is a figure from, again, Vital Statistics, 2022 of the CHE, and it looks at UNISA's throughput for 360 credits. And basically what it says is that after 6 years, in fact, 8 years of study, 6 years of study, sorry, only 27% of students had completed. I'm wrong, it's 6 plus 2. After 8 years of study, so 6 would be the minimum if you're thinking of students part-time, So it's 6 minimum time, then you've given another year and another year. So after 8 years, only 27% of students had actually completed 360-degree credit diplomas. I do think that's an area that UNISA needs to be, if it's truly trying to enable success, it needs to do better than that. What about degrees? Well, degrees are a whole lot better. They move up to 33% after the 8 years. That's 360 credits. And 4-year degrees also improve even more. They move up to 39%. Many of the better let's say better, many of the other universities in the country have throughput rates of around 55-60%. So that is something that I think UNISA has to pay some attention. So it's all of those things. How does one actually ensure that students succeed? Obviously, part-time students have got a lot of issues. They drop in, they drop out. We're trying to provide for the time for them to drop in and drop out, and finally to get their qualification. Now, I wanted to pick up something that was in Vital Statistics 2022, and I wondered about this and whether UNISA is perhaps not, defining correctly. So they were looking at full-time student to staff ratio. And most universities, they have the different kinds here, universities of technology, traditional ones. Traditional universities have about 20 students per staff. Full-time students and full-time staff. Am I nearly there? Oh dear. Okay, so what we've got here is a huge difference for UNISA and going up enormously. So it's really about 33 students for every full-time staff equivalent, compared, sorry, not 53, 70, just over 70. And I wondered why that was and whether your tutors are not counted in that, because this does give a really bad impression of the care that UNISA students would get, because we're not looking at enrollments, we're looking at full-time equivalents. And then similarly, the course pass rates by race across the public universities. This is not a UNISA figure, but something that I think we should be worried about in the main is that Black students do much less, African students do much less well than other groups, and there's no reason for that. So why is it? Is it because of poor schooling? Does the university sector not make up for that poor schooling? We should really be worrying about whether there are or are not any equity gaps between different races in South Africa. And similarly, gender. And this figure is horrible. So the course pass rate for women in 2022 was 80%, and for men was 74%. So there are big differences there, as well as remember that far fewer men students are actually enrolling. I just wanted to draw attention to large courses at UNISA, and whether UNISA's staff allocation model still favors small courses. Or whether that staff allocation model really compensates for the fact that you can have 30,000 students. I remember somebody saying to me there were 30,000 students in their course and they only had 5 staff members who were dealing in it. And then finally, are you aware of which courses are preventing students from graduating? What one calls gateway courses, and if you are aware, what are you doing about it? And one can often find that these are the reasons why students don't complete their qualifications is because of gateway courses. And are you aware of those students who've just got a few courses to graduate? How can you assist them? And in some universities across the world have actually chosen to make enrollment free for those students who just need 1 or 2 courses and then they graduate. And that may be some kind of practice that UNISA has, and generally how are you supporting students in these gateway courses. And I'll have to finish here, but our third cluster is about empowering graduates. And are you supporting your learners along a pathway to being equipped for a socially and economically productive life? And student success is not only about graduating, it's also about having graduate attributes. And this was just some examples of graduate attributes. And let me just move on to here and finally conclude by saying, oh dear. You're making me rush.
I know.
Oh, something's gone very wrong there. I just had a final slide. Let me speak to the slide rather than showing it up. I wanted to say to UNISA that I think UNISA is so well positioned to face our VUCA future. Be agile and be principled, and I'm sure you can make an even bigger difference than you currently make. Thank you.
I have this small token for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
She needs to take a picture.
One over there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jenny. This presentation is telling us that there's a lot of work to do. But it is also telling us that, can we have one meeting, colleagues? It is also telling us that we can do it. So I'm like, so the statistics are so disturbing. But we need to see where we are for us to be able to chart forward. Yeah, I'm really messed up a bit by the stats. But it's important for us to do some of the reflections, for us to not behave as if we have arrived. We have a lot of work to do, colleagues. With those words, I'm gonna call Dr. Alice to be discussant on the presentation by Dr. Jenny. And then I will indicate what is next after that. Thank you. Round of applause for you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I have been instructed to be a little bit aware of time because there's an urgent call that has just come through. So I will be limiting my presentation to at least about 10 minutes, I think. Let me just first start appreciating Dr. Clenny and say thank you for saving me from my boss around the issues of open registrations. The reality, colleagues, is that we have come a long way as UNISA, and that is demonstrated in terms of the policy position that the university took and where we are supposed to be as a university. The presentation that Dr. Clenny started off with started defining the O and what does it mean to be open. My presentation, I think it's ready now.
Is the correct one?
Yes. How do I move it? Okay. So the discussion from Dr. Clenny first started with essentially detailing what does it mean to be open, and how do we then move openness through and look at openness from a contemporary lens that examines the evolution and educational paradigms that we have now come forth to realize in the open space of open education. Also touching a bit on some of the challenges around the socio-economic aspects. And I like the position that she took around the issues around the quintile schools. And I'm happy to respond, Dr. Clenny, to say that UNISA actually does take into consideration the aspect of the quintile schools. It's part and parcel of our enrollment admission criteria that we then have to admit students who come from quintile schools from 1 to 3, because we use a socio-economic criterion that we apply. So we are doing that. But then actually the issues of openness, I think what Dr. Claney was saying is that we have to look at openness from the pedagogical openness dimension, but also the epistemological openness, technological openness. But what was very important is the interlink of the social openness, which is what the VC actually challenged us yesterday to do, to look at openness from a transformative aspect and how we are located in terms of how we are represented in our regions. And also, Dr. Glennie, I'm also glad to respond to say that actually we do have enablers in terms of our analytics that tell us how many students do we enroll in specific regions. So the aspect of urbanization and rurality, it is addressed in terms of what we monitor and what our regional hubs are also reporting to us as well. So this is very important. I'm going to skip a few slides in terms of just to save time. Then in terms of the principles of openness, I think one aspect that you had touched on, Dr. Glennie, was the aspect of accountability, but more that our policy dimension from a South African perspective was more focused on accessibility. And how we have achieved that, and how now access has advanced to reflect the demographic profile of our country. So it means that in terms of participation, we have achieved that, but whether that participation translates to success is another question. And then the aspect of collaboration, you have highlighted that we need to collaborate more. This is something that I think we are doing as UNISA, because if you look at how we utilize the development of course and learning materials, we are more interdependent and multidisciplinary in our approaches. So it's very important to collaborate within the institution, but also externally and also regionally and continentally. So I think we have advanced quite a bit in terms of that. In terms of accountability in open systems, one of the most important things for us, I think, as UNISA is transparency, stakeholder participation. And if you look at how we measure our governance systems. Thank you. Oh, I just been informed that I have my 5 minutes back, so I can be on the stage for a bit longer. Thank you. So if you look at the accountability dimension of openness, what you then look at how we are looking at our governance system as a university, the transparency in terms of decision systems that we have, in terms of how decisions of the institution from council right down to the lowest level of committees in the institution. I think we are fairly, we can be fairly comforted that we are achieving that. Stakeholder participation, we had the student voice yesterday. And I think the student voice was very prominent in terms of the challenges that they were experiencing. And the institution is alive to that. And we have been doing a lot of work with the students in terms of trying to understand how can we collaborate with them to address some of the challenges that they are confronting. I'll share so that's some of the examples then. Then in terms of the improved performance, institutional effectiveness is very important because it also drives accountability and compliance. The one challenge that we've, as a university, that we also came to realize is that we drove the issue of quality assurance from right at the beginning as a compliance tool, as opposed to a standard setting for excellence. And that is something that we are now redefining in terms of how we deal with issues of curricula and how we develop curricula and learning materials. And in the last aspect is, because of when you look at accountability in open systems, the outcome should be the stakeholders' satisfaction. And that is why we do what we call student satisfaction surveys. We've been doing the student satisfaction surveys since 2012. And we are still doing them to this day. And what that gives us, it gives us a yardstick where we can then reflect how our students are perceiving us in terms of the support we provide to them, the services that we provide, but also how their interactions are in terms of their learning life cycle. So it's very important that from an accountability perspective, we as UNISA can really be proud that these are the aspects that we are meeting. And I think from an open system perspective, I think we can really pride ourselves that this is an area that we are doing well in. Then I thought, let me look at how a theoretical reframing and how one can reconceptualize openness from a comprehensive and integrated manner. And I borrowed from some scholars the Melba and Janssen model of openness, but also I then looked at the open education framework, which was done by a couple of scholars, but Da Santos and Puni Munoz were the ones that actually advanced this. It is a Eurocentric model, but it is applicable in terms of how you look at the dimensions of openness, because it coordinates various variables that allows us to be able to measure whether we are indeed subscribing to the comprehensive aspect of the C in our CODeL description. And what the framework allows us to do is to measure how we have advanced from access to pedagogy, to content, to collaboration, because it has 10 dimensions. And I'm happy to say that in all of these dimensions, we are really doing well. The aspect of quality and the aspect of support, Dr. Cleany, I'm in agreement with you. We can still do better in that in terms of student support. But these are the core dimensions. The core dimensions of that model say, are we doing well in access? And the answer is yes. What do we mean by that? Our admission systems allowing us to provide multiple pathways to learning. Are we able to attract the cohort of students that we think should benefit from an open model? The answer is yes. Is our admission criteria and enrollment criteria accessible? The answer is yes. In terms of inclusivity as a principle, the answer is yes. And as I've said, that we look at the socio-economic status of a student, we look at the gender, we look at the disability, but also we look at academic performance. Students will always come to us and say, but my APS score is good, but why am I not being accepted? The challenge that UNISA has is that we've got far too few qualifications where high enrollment numbers are concentrated. So in the STEM fields, we have lower enrollment numbers. So you have this disparity or this disproportionate enrollment figure that also speaks to the aspects of maths and science. And I think from an access perspective, that is where as an institution we need to reflect on and maybe advance the academy, as the VC had challenged us yesterday. In terms of pedagogy and content, I've spoken a bit about that. In terms of research, I think we've had the speakers that spoke before me, we did speak quite a bit about how research can advance the work in openness. But the aspect that I want to stress in terms of a research is the whole aspect to say, how do you translate research to practice, which is what Prof. Dube was speaking to us when he was responding to the presentation. Then the aspect of recognition, which is something that is very important. And I think this, from a policy perspective, Dr. Cleany, I think we might need to reflect a bit on when we moved and transformed the higher education system in the country. We allowed for multiple pathways of entry, but we then stopped the multiple pathways of exit. What do I mean by that? When we had the technicons, we used to have what we call exit level qualifications. And the exit level qualifications would allow a student, for example, who has enrolled for a bachelor's degree, but would have completed all the NQF level 6 modules and NQF level 5 modules, to then allow to exit with a diploma, because the exit outcomes and the competencies might align to that kind of a qualification. So I think from a policy perspective in the country, this is something that we might need to revisit, where we need to look at early exit possibilities. And further, what we also did was we moved away from, and now we're bringing it back as micro-credentials. One of the things that South Africa has done is that it has been a leader in the provision of non-formal provision for many years. A lot of countries have taken our model, and we call them SLPs in the country. And this was when SACO came on board, and we then had what we call PAT qualification registrations. Those are micro-credentials, by the way. And we did, and now through the ministerial task team that was established in 2014, that advised on the quality standards and the registration of qualifications. Only the Quality Council on Occupations and Trades is allowed to have PAT qualifications. Universities and colleges were no longer allowed to have that. And that did away with our micro-credential system. So we need to bring that back from a university perspective because we still require that. But also, we also need to bring back SLPs as a means of an alternative means of access. So when you then look at accessibility in terms of advancing access from an open system, and I know that my boss is listening to me, Prof, this is where you and me agree. We have to have, Prof. Lalendle, I don't see him. We have to, very easy, because he always says, I don't listen to him. As multiple pathways of admission is something that openness advances. But how you do it is where the question is. And this is where we need to then sit as an institution and have a proper framework on the how part. And we have to deconstruct some of the legacy practices that we have put in our admission practices. Because one thing that you would find at UNISA is that once a student has been admitted and they take long to progress, and they also then take long to then be able to accumulate credits. You then ask yourself, what are the barriers for progression? And these are the things that now also lead to this thing that, but Prof, I can't proceed because I couldn't sit for exams, I couldn't finish paying my studies and things like that. And at the end of the day, progression and credit accumulation, which is what Dr. Tleni was referring to, is very important in terms of if you want to advance multiple access points, but also multiple exit points, and recognition of micro-credentials is very important. I'm going to skip the aspect of collaboration. I did speak to that. Then there are issues around the enablers of openness. And this is where Dr. Tleni was also very articulate in terms of how the system has enabled quite a number of advancements to be achieved. But from an institutional perspective, we had Dr. Mulapo yesterday telling us about how the UNISA strategy 2030 has enabled us to be able to interface what we are now looking as CODEL, but also being a research-led university. I like that the concept of being research-led as opposed to being research-intensive. So we need to look at that, but technology, quality, Dr. Gacha's quality aspects, I think I will then have to skip on that because now I think my time is almost up. Yeah. Now, what do we mean by, from what Dr. Tleni's presentation presents to us? It means one, as a university, we need to have an integrated approach to foster openness and its all associated dimensions. Two, the internal construct of the institutional dimensions also allows us to look at the external constructs of openness, such as the national policies, and this is where it became evident in terms of the enrollment numbers and what Dr. Tleni shared with us. The third one is the student interaction dimension. This is something that Dr. Jenny speaks to the FTE staff ratio and how those ratios reflect. In fact, one of the things that our academics will always be talking to us about is the staff workload and the teaching loads that they have to carry. And when we look at what we're trying to advance is there parity between how we position research activities and teaching activities in the institution. And I think we need to look at especially those modules that are high intensive modules. This is very important, and Dr. Tleni's presentation really touched on that as well. Then the other aspect is that there exist tensions between the internal and external pressures, which inform the direction of what the institution requires. The catalytic niche areas, for example, is a good example of what we're trying to do as an institution, which is an innovation that the Vice Chancellor has set the vision for the institution. But if you look at the policy requirements for us to be able to advance in those fields, you then can see that those national policy tensions and institutional tensions, they then come to play. And we need to then look at how do we better position ourselves and to respond to these tensions nationally. The last aspect is the qualification frameworks and the regulatory frameworks. I think, Dr. Tleni, you've highlighted quite a few things there. But one of the things that we need to commend what the system has done is that it did not set separate standards for contact institutions in terms of accreditation and evaluation. It set the same standards. So whether a student completes a Bachelor of Laws in UNISA or a Bachelor of Laws at UCT, the standards of recognition and the standards of quality are the same. That advances student mobility, and I think this is where we can then also say to ourselves as UNISA, we can affirm that we are on the right path in terms of how we look at standard setting, curriculum development and design based on what the national imperatives are outlining. Allow me to pause here then, colleagues, because my time is up, but I'll take further questions in terms of what I had prepared in response to Dr. Tleni's presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alice, thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for staying awake. I can feel the heat of the afternoon. We are now going to open the space for questions, comments, so that our speakers can share their thoughts on your thoughts. Any questions? Three questions there. Colleagues, please send the mics. 2 questions on the other side. Another one there. Yes. Her first. First.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Malita, and I'm a master's student in the Faculty of Human Sciences in the Department of Psychology. My question is directed to Dr. Jenny, or the panel at large, rather. What solutions are being considered for students who lack financial means, particularly those affected by challenges with bursary funding such as NSFAS? In relation to UNISA's 2026 to 2030 strategic plan, is this issue addressed, especially given the psychosocial stresses students face when excluded due to financial constraints or delayed bursary payments? Furthermore, since one of UNISA's strategic pillars focuses on strengthening student support, how does the university intend to respond to these financial challenges in alignment with that pillar? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. My name is Tutugane Msomi. Some of you know me, some of you don't know me. But mine is a recommendation to the whole entire speakers that they were busy speaking about the CODeL. I would like us to go back to look at the system integrations, because the CODeL institution is focusing to system integrations. So now if the system they're not speaking one another, or if the system they're speaking the different language, it still will just come in and out to talk about this. Some of the people here around, they still prefer physical things, and while you are expected to be in the 4th industrial revolutions. So the big challenge to the CODeL is system integrations.
If we don't improve on the system integrations and we go back and revise, we are still going to repeat, and do most articles talking about that CODeL is already there, CODeL it was there. Then doesn't look like and doesn't sound good if the system is speaking the different language. It's just speaking Spanara law. You know, it's very important that when we are said we are a CODeL, we must be fully online. Thank you.
Can I get the mic here? And then we'll go to the other side of the room.
Thank you so much.
No, she's gonna speak first.
Thank you so much for the program director. I'm not sure if my point qualifies to be a question or just a comment, but my fear with this CODeL is the fact that I don't think it has changed over the years. I arrived here UNISA in 2018 from high school, and I struggled with trying to find my feet, but eventually my fear is that the speakers didn't touch on the issues that we face on the ground as students. For an example, we don't have data, but we are called CODeL, and some of us are unemployed. Some of us, even though we are funded by NSFAS, but NSFAS doesn't give us money or kind of funds to be able to utilize this CODeL and so forth. So to the speakers, can they try and give us a little bit of hope so that we can take back something to the people on the ground? Because some of us, we owe the institutions 19K and we don't even know where, but we are called CODeL, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the other side of the room. Professor Paswana will come later. That table, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask my question on the first presenter, but I'm concerned that he's not here.
So sorry, colleague, he had to leave. There's a meeting. I'm so sorry. I wanted to explain that, but I forgot. Sorry. You can still ask the question.
Open learning and vocational competency development are critical pillars for Africa's socio-economic growth and sustainable development. And according to recent data, Africa faces youth unemployment rate over 30%, with many young people lacking the skills required for involving themselves in the job market. Then the continent's rapid population growth and digital transformation, highlighting an urgent need to expand accessible, flexible learning models such as open learning models such as open to equip youth and their wider workforce with the relevant vocational skills. So my first question is, what policies should African government prioritize to promote open learning and vocational education as catalyst for sustainable development? Then how can open learning be effectively integrated into existing vocational training systems in Africa to ensure accessibility for marginalized communities?
Thank you.
All right. Is it afternoon or morning? I'm not sure. Two concerns. One is, I think from the input, there was a statement that says that it's actually not fair for an institution to call for open learning when it can't actually provide it. That brings me to this question. Apparently, people's data was taken. And the second question to that would be, what do you expect them to do moving forward? We spoke of wellness and mental whatever. are you expecting these students to be normal when they are taking their livelihood from their mouth? It's even worse if you're referring to students with disabilities. We have extra burdens to be taken care of, and I think this needs to be addressed. Whether we have or we do not have money, I'm not sure of the modalities, but why was that not planned properly? But to abruptly take and stop providing data with no explanation is not fair and can't be fair. The second thing I wanted to be speaking to is I'm listening about AI and what, and concerns and this and that. And my concern is taking from a story. Kodak was a multi-billion company at some point, and they started to have a digital camera. Because they could not run fast, they are now nothing. They have lost it because they were busy analyzing systems when systems were moving faster than they do. And I think institutions of higher learning, if they don't move fast to address digital spaces and challenges that are there, we will be drowned, and very soon than we think. So it's a matter of how quick we act and how quick we make use of what we have, because it's there to stay anyway. It's not there to be reviewed. It's how best can we make use of it so that we benefit out of it. Thank you very much.
Can you give Prof. Paswana the mic? Oh, no, sorry. He was first. Yes, sorry. You see, Prof. Paswana, what you are doing now?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ganesh. I am working as a AI and data science professor in Germany. But since last 5 years, I have associated with South Africa. First, I have a project in Northwest University. Now we moved the project in UNISA, Florida campus. I have two observations. One is really positive side, and second thing is a little bit sad side. Let's talk about the first sad side. When I seen Dr. Jenny's slide, it is really painful because why we are having such kind of dropouts? Don't you think it is really something not good for society? I struggled a lot, actually. I am teaching here in data science, and when I'm comparing to my German students and here, students need motivation, actually. So open education system means not totally open. Like join into the university, step out with a certificate. It is not good to any country, right? You can see the world is running towards technology. I'm really saying, it is really my heart pain, actually. The education means not a free. If it is open, there should be some control on that, yeah? We have to develop this one for the better South Africa, that thing. The second thing, okay, lot of people are talking about AI, right? I really request one thing to the professors and management team. There's a baseline from India, but last 20 years I have been working in Germany. There's a big gap between technical departments and non-technical departments, right? We have to bridge the gap. I will give one example. In India, if you studied PhD in linguistics, PhD in literature, no girl is ready to marry you. I want a software engineer as my husband. That is minimum qualification, right? Then what about these poor guys? How can they survive? So concentrate on this, right? It is possible, man. Yeah, now we started with UNISA Florida campus. I belong to Center for Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. We started a new master's program in AI and data science without computer science degree. You can do some kind of basic diplomas which are offering by UNISA, then you can jump into data science. Remember, data science means not something, a coding or something. Data means your data, your language is a data, your history is a data. If you have psychology, your psychology is a data, your political science is a data. Nowadays, after maybe a few years, no one can write coding. AI will write coding. You don't need to
wrap up your question.
Yeah, sure. You don't have to have knowledge of writing coding. You have to have knowledge of how to understand the coding, right? If you have such kind of things, the future is yours. Now, first time we did an experiment, a non-technical students from South Africa, they are working in my company in North Porchester. There is an agriculture company, Sun Farming. We hired non-technical students as a software engineers in Porchester. So have a motivation to learn technology. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Edith Paswan, and my question is to Dr. Mukuzangwe. She touched on micro-credentials, and I would wish that she can elaborate and unpack more on this, because if I heard you correctly, we need to reintroduce them at the university level, because I think there are constraints at the DHEAD with the policy on SLP. So I just want, that's where my interest is, on how do we ensure the pathways using micro-credentials to different degrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to hand over to our speakers. I'm going to start with Dr. Jenny. She has to run off somewhere quickly.
Chair, just ahead.
I'm going to hand over to Dr. Jenny because she has to run off. I'll give you a chance when she's done. Thank you.
Thank
Chair, the question is addressed. Dr.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to run. I didn't know I have to run, but I do. I think I tried to open the space for saying that UNISA needs to understand the barriers to access that students have. And that means understanding the barriers that students have to access the services of the institution as well. And that is a very difficult issue in this digitally uneven economy as to quite what one must do about it. But I think UNISA has to try and deal with that and make it clear to students the manner in which it is trying to. And it goes back to what Professor Godson Gacha said. It's about the contract between the student and the university. The student needs to understand what it is that the university can offer it and how they may take that up. And data can be a problem. Digital, at least bandwidth can be a problem, and UNISA needs to attempt to solve those, but it's very, very difficult, but it needs to make it clear to the students from the beginning as to what it can and what it can't do. And so I'd like to go back to this notion of what is the contract between the institution and the student in regard to accessible services that can be offered. But I think all of us do need to understand how difficult it is, and as Prof. Pele said, it is the government's job in a way. We need to be fighting for connectivity in many ways as possible. But in the meanwhile, the university needs to be aware of those students. And in some cases, students might say, well, if you can't provide this for me, then I really shouldn't enroll. Because I can't properly access the services of the institution. As far as affordability is concerned, and South Africa is actually now really very lucky with NSFAS. It's one of the biggest schemes in the world for free education, or at least for supporting education. One of the problems in our not very growing economy is that it's becoming increasingly unaffordable for the country. So we've got to get out there and grow our economy and redistribute the wealth in the country as much as possible. But that's something for all of us to do. So there's no easy answer, I guess, for some of the questions, but there are ways in which one must speak to each other and make a pact with each other. Thank you.
Excuse me.
can you please ask your question, even though Dr. Jane is leaving, we want to hear it. Thank you, Dr. Jenny.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thembelihle Chabango. I'm the Regional SRC Secretary in Mpumalanga, and I'm also a Quality Assurance Champion in Northeastern Region. Thank you. From the presentations that we've seen from the speakers, they've highlighted a series of challenges and solutions. However, to a certain degree, as students, we do not relate holistically. One of the core issues that were portrayed on the screen were students who are not completing their qualifications in UNISA in record time. And it's something that we need to ask ourselves as an institution, to say, what is it that we're doing to remedy that issue? My proposal will be to say, let us rather have FI concession replaced by supplementary exams as mandatory in order for us to complete our qualifications in record time, similar to students who are enrolled in full-time universities. We are not any different from them. UNISA also needs to take in cognizance the fact that it is now catering for a as I was saying, that UNISA is now accommodating a different. Thank you. This is the reality of a UNISA student. The technical features that we're facing is similar to that mic that is trying to sabotage me. But honestly, UNISA needs to take into cognizance that it is now accommodating a different generation of students. Now we have students coming straight from high school.
Colleagues. Yes.
Now UNISA enrolled students coming fresh from high school without any information, without any access to or having a background of how to use a computer, how to email, the how-to of all that has to do with being a UNISA student. And how is UNISA then trying to remedy that issue? Taking into cognizance that student support is one of the 10 catalytic, sorry, I have a list, so I always try to find my way through words, but I hope I'm audible enough. Like I was saying, with student support as one of the 10 catalytic niche areas, it is very fundamental to consider solutions that are very much relatable. My question is, how will the university leverage teaching and learning innovation alongside enhanced student support system to address the evolving needs of its diverse students and foster academic success? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give the discussants, they are now sitting in the hot seat, to try to respond to some of the questions. But again, colleagues, I'm going to send all the questions back to you. Let's think together and come up with solutions. Again, after lunch, we have a panel. So some of these questions might be engaged with further then. I'm going to give 2 minutes to each of you colleagues to speak on some of the questions. You don't have to speak to all of them. As you do so, also give us your closing remarks. Thank you.
So the question that was asked first, it was on, I'm going to touch on this. Let me start with the last question. on completion rates. Why are students not completing? And why are students not having FI concessions? So you need to look at education from a systemic and a system-oriented outlook. For example, when you look at student support, in certain fields, certain students were then allowed to have what we call year modules. We moved away from semester modules. From a curriculum perspective, we moved away from semester modules because the time periods between the semester module, students were unable to complete and the failure rates were very high. So then the colleges and the academic departments then moved from year modules, from semester modules to year modules, with the understanding that students will be given more time to be able to engage with the curricula and the content of those modules so that they can succeed. But that came on the flip side is that the more year modules you have, the longer you are going to be in the system, because you are going to be taking certain amounts of credits per year that will then prohibit you to complete much sooner or to complete within the prescribed completion periods. So that is the challenge that you have. The second challenge that you have is that NSFAS is a system that is designed to look at academic performance standards. And that is a contractual agreement between a student and the fiscal policy of the country, because NSFAS is supposed to be funding more students within a specific period, because if a student stays longer in the system, then you're creating a barrier of entry for others. So you need to be able to understand that the more you stay long in the system, the more of a barrier or you're closing out other students from benefiting from the scheme. So it's important to interrelate the aspect of NSFAS, academic performance, and the curriculum system of any university, because those three talk together, and how students then choose to ensure that they took the correct amount of modules in terms of what we call progression, what we call the whole aspect of teaching or credit loads, because the credit loads also will determine whether you're going to do well or not, because an NSFAS gives you a N+1 period to complete. So if you have a 3-year qualification, you actually have 4 years to complete. If you then don't complete, that debt then becomes the debt of the students. So our students in the system are debt burdened by the whole NSFAS system, because it is designed to ensure that students are continuously completing. And so systems integrations need to be understood from that context. Then the aspect of policy on vocational and learning. South Africa is undergoing what we call a curriculum reform. So I'm responding on behalf of our colleague, who did the presentation about vocational education, because I did a presentation last week on the TVET system in the continent. South Africa is undergoing what we call a curriculum reform. And the reason why we have to do that curriculum reform is because we want to move away from designing curriculum without industry and without occupation standards. That means that when you then would design curricula, you will then have industry-led standards that will then be infused in the curriculum, so that we move away from theorized and theory-based curricula that then leave skills gaps. When students complete, they can't then immediately be placed. But also strengthening the industry-led partnerships and core management of the curriculum with industry. That allows then also us as higher education to be able to articulate much better if you have standards that determine, for example, if you want to do engineering as a vocation from a vocational college, we know that we can take you to be an engineering student at a university, because we will then be better positioned to understand the standards of occupation. If you come out as a technician classification, for example, from EXA, you then want to then enter into higher education to become a fully fledged engineer and you do a BEng. You then have those standards already articulating from the lower, from the QCTO, for example, because vocational based qualification, they also articulated to that system. So essentially occupation-based standards, curriculum reform, but also understanding the policy from a collaborative perspective is what is happening within the TVET sector currently and continentally. The last aspect is the funding available for TVETs. We are now looking at the development of vocational centers of excellence across the regions, and SADC is working with the World Bank on that. So you will then be able to also look at standards across, like that will facilitate mobilities from country to country. I think on the last aspect, Professor Paswana, on micro-credentials. Micro-credentials are designed to stack knowledge, so that you are able to say, if I have completed NQF level 5 knowledge area X, can I be recognized to be able to progress to the next level if I want to? And that is what SLPs in their design and intent were meant for. UNISA as an open education institution allowed for us to be able to do that with what we call Senate discretionary rules that will then say, if you come to UNISA and you've passed, for example, your senior certificate or your NSC without a bachelor's endorsement or diploma endorsement, or you're often aged a population that you are plus 23 or plus 45, for example, but you have a number of SLPs that you've collected along the way. We would then be able to collate all of that knowledge that you would have completed, then come up with a framework that will then align to a specific qualification that will allow you an entry point, then that will allow you into the system, and then we'll then be able to say what kind of support you will need. But that was also based on scalability, because what we're seeing is the student profile of the university has changed. We are seeing the number of students being younger and younger. We are seeing them, if you look at the number of students, the current 2025 cohort, they range from the age of 18 to 25. That is the highest. And that is where the highest level of unemployment also is. And that also highlights the dependency on NSFAS. If those students then lose NSFAS, then it means they then have the debt burden of being able to progress, and also then meaning that they can't afford education. Then all of those other barriers of the digital disparities, access to data, access to campuses and all of that, because the fiscal constraints can't accommodate students that are not funded. So students have to now fund themselves, and also the bursary system is not enough to cater for the numbers that we have. Let me pause here, Chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't want to be standing between you and lunch. I think my colleagues have responded very well in all the questions that were raised. And also I was not a speaker today, I was a discussant, so I'm like you. So when we come back, I'm going to be one of the panelists, and please, I want to go back and say, this is a discussion. It is not pointing fingers at these people and those people and those people. We don't have answers, all of us. We are here to discuss so that we can grow together, so that you come with solutions, so that we are able to say these solutions are not coming from me, are coming from all of us. Can we do that next time? When we come back, that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor and Prof. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks for all the questions that you raised. They are challenging us to think together. But they are for all of us. Again, I say that. I'm gonna release you to lunch and ask us to be back at 2 so that we can, you are not going to go take out your money and buy lunch. But while you complain, 2 is enough. 20 minutes. It's almost 40 minutes of lunch. Let's break. 45 minutes of lunch. Let's break now. because then we're just making noise here. Colleagues, we are dealing with the identity of CODeL identity as identified by CHE, and this morning we listened to speakers, speaker after speaker, talking about what CODeL is and what should be done. But in the interest of time, I think other colleagues, let's see what yeah. So the question for the panel discussion is deepening our insights towards CODEL Plus. So we have 3 of the panel members here and the other 3 are on their way. So we'll start off with the 3 here and the others will join as we continue. So I'm gonna give 5 minutes to each of the speakers who are here to speak on the question, deepening our insights. I'm gonna start with you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair.
You introduce yourself?
I'm Hannah Uber,
yes.
And I am 100 days old at UNISA, so they can now ask lots of questions.
I know.
And is our student still here?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So they're going to ask the difficult questions. So someone said to me, an old friend of mine sitting there, Rafiwe, she said to me, you know, Liana, just speak from the heart, then no one will question you. So I'm going to speak from the heart. And sometimes, you know, many of you know me, sometimes I can be a little bit controversial in some areas, but today I really want to speak from the heart. And I want to begin by, I do not believe that the concept of CODeL can be sustained any longer. And the reason I'm going to say that it cannot be sustained any longer is that the research has shown, for those who have been a long way around the continent, that many of our counterparts started with distance education. They're actually doing it right away. But some of them are failing dismally. And why do they fail dismally? Because they coined it as a business model. CODeL is not a business model. It's the way that we are putting ourselves there in the market. And the problem is that we coin ourselves as a business model, but we don't look at the student-centeredness to a great extent. We don't look at how do we design pedagogy in order to support our students going forward. What is so sad about coining ourselves as a business model is the concept that government is now also coining ourselves as open distance learning. So we've been funded 50% of that of a contact university. And I'm going to put forward to you, and I said to them, I'm going to use science, engineering, technology as an argument. Do you want to tell me our Florida campus is vastly different from that of the engineering faculty of the University of Pretoria? Answer is no. But we get half of the subsidy. Merely because what? Because we open distance learning. I do believe that technology is here to stay, and technology has already started to change our DNA. Our fabric is vastly different from what it was 10 years ago. And for that reason, I'm going to say that to a great extent, just merely because government is looking at as distance education, they have this argument that the University of South Africa is 50% cheaper than that of another university. They haven't reviewed that for the past 30 years, by the way. But our students here are bleeding because we cannot actually incorporate the student-centeredness that we want. Merely because they don't have data. What is that about student-centeredness? My heart is going out to the students. Merely because they don't have a device that is an educational device, not a laptop, not a smartphone, an educational device that's encrypted with study material, with a proctoring tool that and a invigilator app. They don't tick up a movement behind and they DC and a disciplinary case. Is that student-centeredness really? The answer is absolutely no. Now, the key message that I want to leave around in visiting ODEL, I want to say, let's envisage a university that is student-centered, really student-centered. Whether you contact, whether you distance, blended is here to stay. It is sad that the CHE is leaving us behind. They're only now busy with the new forms of institutional types. There is no funding model for blended. There is no legislation around blended. Other universities move into blended, but we stay ODL. Why don't we change the Florida campus to a blended campus? Why not? And claim the same funding so that we can support students. Let's put the student first and become a student-centered, whether we a contact university, a blended university, or an ODEL university. It's time to move. It's time to change systems. And I can tell you now, from the support functions, rethink your organizational structure. I left for 7 years. I came back. The structures is exactly the same. We don't want to change. I'm bleeding for change towards a student-centered approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I hear you have been asked a generic question. Maybe I should indulge with my audience to say my apologies to you, colleagues. We had a promptu meeting with the Vice Chancellor, and hence our late coming for the session. And I really appreciate the standing chair for me. That's the spirit of open and distance learning. You soldier on, so you have to be on duty 24/7. So if Prof. Dlongwane, you can recap the question for the colleague who had stepped out, so that from here, because you are not doing so well on time, you directly give the mic on to the next person. I'll bring the sign when your 5 minutes is over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Mwale from the College of Accounting Sciences. And I would love to start with a quote by Socrates. He says, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Why I'm bringing this here is that as the institution, we have to examine ourselves. We have to understand ourselves. What is our purpose in terms of the education that we are offering to our students? Now, I want to bring this from the professional point of view. As the College of Accounting Sciences, we are offering qualifications that are endorsed by professional bodies. We have challenges because even though our qualifications are accredited by SAPA and they are registered, but now for them to be endorsed by various professional bodies, these professional bodies have their own competency frameworks and requirements that we need to meet in order for them to endorse our qualifications. And in some cases, these requirements serve as or are seen as gatekeeping mechanisms. I'm saying these, colleagues, because if you look at, for example, the number of chartered accountants that we have in South Africa, out of over 51,000 chartered accountants, only 17% thereof are from the Black community. Since 1974, this profession has been existing. it cannot be expected that we have this low number of black chartered accountants in South Africa. So then reference to quality, I think my colleagues, one of the presenters yesterday, I think it's Dr. Gacha, who referred to the stigma that is attached to the ODEL institutions in terms of the qualifications. When one receives a qualifications from the ODL institution, the quality thereof is doubted. And it is the case also with our institution, especially the College of Accounting Sciences, where we have to explain ourselves to different or various professional bodies in terms of the quality of our qualifications, the credibility of our qualifications. So we are also expected to go back or to move back to value-based exams in some of the qualifications, which renders the ODEL irrelevant. So, but I can say that as the College of Accounting Sciences, as the institution, we do identify ourselves and we can affirm that we are an ODEL institution. But now what needs to be done is maybe to look at the way we assess our students, the way we teach our students, in order to make sure that we deliver this quality education. Why I'm talking about assessing, it's the fact that we are now expected to proctor our students, to use these proctoring tools in order to prevent the cheating that is prevailing in our assessment from our students. So yes, we can look at changing the way we are assessing our students, but we have to assess our students in line with how the professional bodies are assessing our students when they take the professional exams. For example, if you train for a marathon, you have to run the same distance as the marathon that you are going to do. So same as how we train our students and assess our students in terms of the professional examinations that they are going to take. And lastly, our qualifications needs to prepare our students for the industry that they will be working at. We need to instill the skills that are needed from industry. And how do we do that? One of the presenters mentioned that we need to have partnerships with the industry. We need to invite industry when we reform our curricula so that we instill the skills that are needed by the industry. So yeah, for now, those are my inputs in terms of the topic that has been given. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Ngepathimo Kadira. I'm the CEO of the Namibian College of Open Learning. In Namibia, I want to unpack the concept of CODeL as I came to understand it here in terms of the take-home message. Because when speaker after speaker were unpacking, I was trying to position my institution, which is at the college level currently, and we are busy transforming it into an open university. And we have a broader mandate where we are mandated to offer TVET programs, higher education programs, as well as secondary education programs. So with regards to the concept of CODeL, so what they pick up is, since we are well positioned to offer TVET and higher education programs, in my view, the focus should be on programs that are geared towards technical hands-on skills than offering purely academic theoretical programs. This also stems from the critique that we always receive, because we do have two public universities back home. One is a conventional traditional university, the other one is the University of Technology, Science and Technology. And the question that comes from various stakeholders is always, what is that you are doing differently that you don't duplicate because you are getting the same resources from the government coffers? So I found a niche area as we transform, say, the focus need to be on the technical skills, because we used to have a technical in the past. Then this technical transformed into science, the University of Science and Technology. Then they started offering similar programs to the traditional university, leaving that gap. In my view, that is the gap that we need to fill. Even in terms of research, we need to focus on translational research, then doing research for its own sake. We need to focus on research that solves day-to-day challenges in economy and society. The risk that most of ODEL institutions face is student dropout. The times when they start, they are very energetic, looking forward to work while studying, while working, or while attending to their family issues. But the time down the line, they may end up dropping out. Then the success rate is very minimal in the CODeL environment. And I think this is more because of if we are not fully engaging the students, because they are learning in their own space, they may feel isolated in terms of space and time, then they end up giving up and drop out eventually. And the student support services is all they have, unlike in a conventional environment where the lecturer is there motivating them. Although we may have synchronous and asynchronous learning space in ODEL, so they are still from the distance. Therefore, I think we need to strengthen student support and actively engage the students constantly so that they persist, and eventually we see access that we provide through ODEL with success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think many people have said a lot. It's always nice to be the last one to say something, and because everybody has gone through what is important. But I just want us to maybe to be honest with ourselves. All of us here, we came to UNISA to come and work here, and nobody has ever orientated us about how to teach, how to develop material, how to research, how to do all these things that we are saying that we should be doing. And we come in front of students, we teach them, we develop material for them, and we don't do it the way it should be done, because no one has ever trained us to do that. In higher education institution, it's one place where people get into the classroom without knowing anything about teaching. That's what happens in higher education institutions. And for us, we will say whatever that we want to say, even when we do research in higher education, or we don't even do research in higher education. It's not our problem. We do research in everything and about everybody. We equip everybody with skills that they need to work in this space, but we don't equip each other. And that's a starting point. It's a trial and error. You come in as an expert. I was hired as an expert in whatever the area that I graduated in university. But I was not hired because I was an academic. And worse still, I come into contact university. Many of us know face-to-face teaching. That's why people will ask about quality, because we're familiar with face-to-face teaching. Now, all of a sudden, it's at a distance. No one understands that. And that's when the quality comes in, because the people look at a teacher who stands in front of you, and you're saying university, it's a teaching environment, but do we do what needs to be done? We talk a lot about student-centeredness, students' success. Do we even understand what that means? Do we even know what that means? Do we interrogate what that is? So with some of the things, we really need to look at ourselves, first as academics, second as administrators in this type of an academic environment. Because you cannot be an administrator in this kind of an environment without being trained to administer in this space. If you look at the type of research that you produce in distance learning, in higher education in general, you find that there's very little about leadership and management. There's very little about research and leadership and management. There's a lot about practice, because that's where we find ourselves struggling with what we need to be doing. But I'm raising this issue because if you go to a hospital, there's a doctor and a nurse. Those people are trained in that field. But managers there are horrible because they're not trained in managing hospitals. If you take a doctor to manage a hospital, they do a bad job in that. And yet we expect universities to operate as if they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. The other thing is universities have been the same for many, many years. We don't deal with change very well. We don't change, actually. Cars have changed, houses have changed, from the horse to a car to whatever. Things have changed, but not universities. If someone who died in 1911 will come to a university, they will fit in right nicely, because we don't change. And we expect to see change in others when we ourselves are not changing. Yes, we can envision all sorts of universities, but if we are not going to be disruptive in the real sense of the word, be disruptive in the real sense of the word, and not continue to do what has been done by other people before us, then we are moving to a certain direction. I was saying earlier that we are teaching children who were raised with cell phones. It's a different character, it's a different ways of doing things. Even here at UNISA, when it started, it was for adults. And they can come in and go. And even the way we measure throughput rates, we assume that people must finish in 4 years. And yet we talk about openness in terms of flexibility. The idea of flexibility is you can come in as one and stop and come, and you don't look at the stop and goes, because there are stop and goes in the between. Someone stops and stays for 3 years. And why would you compare that person with someone who is at a university for the whole 4 years or the whole 5 years? So this is where the problem is. The problem is trying to compare something that is not that you can't compare. So the person is already standing. They chair, because this is, I think, it's at the heart of who we are as an institution. We need to start developing capacity development programs for people who are academicians in this space, because even with online learning, you can't teach online learning the same way as you would teach contact, the same way as you would teach distance. It's all different. But we want to do the same thing, and we muddle it up. And she was saying 7 years, things haven't changed. And you were here 7 years before that, and things were still the same. Because we don't look at what the impact of changes around us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Now, I think I'm fully convinced that we have foregrounded your views on the topic as presented before yourselves. Now, I would wish for you to share with us what you think institutional leadership and other critical role players need to do to make sure that they facilitate CODeL, to make sure that there is student retention, and not only student retention, but even success. You can borrow from the examples. I'm happy that you've been drawing from examples, but you can do the same. The leadership, not only the leadership, but as well as the other critical stakeholders, that what is it that you think can be done to facilitate further growth and of CODeL Plus, that can even make it relevant for student retention and success. Prof has been talking about the need to support your students. Others have been talking about students who drop off. What is it that we can do to make sure that they stay put, both in terms of support, academic and learner support? In no particular order, I'll start with Prof from Namibia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think what can be done, she already mentioned about the issue of capacity development. That's where we need to start from. And we also need to create awareness. You know, when you look at the ranks within the university structures, particularly administrative or support wing, because you can have quality academic activities, but if your administration is not providing that strong support, it will still affect the student experience. And when you look at your BESAs, your HR and others, they are not from academic environment. I wish I could have a university where my HR person is coming from the School of Human Resource or Economics within the university. My BESA is also coming from there. Because at times when you want to strengthen the capacity, it's just about where do I find money, rather than how can I support you. I've even experienced a situation whereby when the professor retires or resigns, you will be convinced by that HR personnel downgrade this professional position to two lecturer positions. So it's not about the numbers, the quantity, it's about the quality. It's only if the right arm or left arm understands what the right arm does, then there's consensus, then there's a deliberate and concerted effort to strengthen quality in terms of providing strong student support services. As I said earlier, that's all they have. And if that is weak, it affects the quality of the student learning experience. They may end up dropping out, or they may end up not making it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, you asked the question about leadership, and I'm very grateful that you asked that question. And my opinion about leadership is the issue around, and I'm going to talk from both leadership, academic leadership, and the professional support side, because we've got both here today. And if we don't put the academic project first, whether you're in finance, whether you're in HR, if you don't put the academic project as the #1 driver, whether you're in ODEL, CODEL, distance education, whether you're at a university of technologies or whether you're at a contact university, it must be in sync with the same drive. And I understand everything about vision and mission and all of that. Let's not deal with that. Let's talk about the things that's on the ground. If we're not running in the same direction as leaders going forward, we won't see issues like agility. Do we as leaders in higher education have the appetite to let go? And my feeling is that we don't have the appetite to let go. We manage in our little silos, and we hope that the person next to me is understanding my ideas. And I want to say, let's drop that. Let's put the academic project first, then the student. Let's redesign, rethink, reimagine an organizational model. You can hear I didn't say ODEL, an organizational model that is the best fit going forward. It is time to let go of HR. It is time to let go of a finance. It is time to let go of the current estates. It is time to let go of a deputy registrar in the current state. It is what do we need as leaders to take it forward and put the student. It is time that we negotiate and engage our policymakers in a different mode. Why is universities going differently from a funding model if the technology reached the gap between distance and contact? Why are we still funded differently? And I do understand the fiscus, but the person at the end is the student. For those of you who've seen the NSFAS, why is our students being funded differently merely because they're coming from an ODEL institution? The cost differentiator or the differentiator for the future of universities is not about the business models. It's not about the business models. It's about whether we can sustain an educational product that is affordable for higher education access, that have quality and impact. And leaders need to drive that. Leaders, us around here, need to drive that new vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to say much of a difference on what my colleagues have already said, but I just want to make a point that the first point of departure would be to relook at our policies and to see whether our policies are in alignment with what we want to achieve as an institution. And also, I just want to make a particular reference to an example of AI, we are continuously referring to AI, but we don't have any policy that regulates the use of AI. Therefore, in general, we need to relook at our policies. We need to look at the needs, the training needs of our staff, and also the needs of our students. Whether we need to provide awareness, we need to provide workshops and so forth. How we retrain our staff members and our students. And the provision of resources, being human resource, being finance, and so forth. The structural matters that we also relook at, for example, the ratio of students to each lecturer. One of the presenters here referred to 30,000 students with only 5 lecturers. Is it sustainable? These lecturers, will they be able to service these students or support these students? And also administrative issues that the academics have to go through. Those are the matters that we have to look at in terms of the support to our students so that we can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are at the cusp of, there are so many changes. And as higher education sector, I feel like we are just playing catch up more than shaping the future that we want. Right now, we are being criticized, and it's not only here in South Africa, but all over the world. Higher education is being criticized for not being responsive, for not guiding the agenda of the country or the agenda of the world. We are just doing things because we want to mirror what is happening instead of engaging in helping to shape the future we want. And if we continue in that trajectory, we'll never get to where we want to be. We'll continue going back and forth, and produce people who cannot even perform in the economic environment, who cannot even do the things that we expect them to do because we are stuck. And maybe it's time for us to rewind and relook at the things that we have done well and put them aside, and relook at things that should not be done and dump them, take them, put the dustbin and put them in the dustbin and close that dustbin, and now start all over again. What is it that we want to do? I think the discussion today of moving forward, it's an important part of saying, what is it that as university we should be doing going forward? And that is a discussion of another day. But I think next time, no challenges, but solution. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Now, when we talk African Union Agenda 2063, it talks very succinctly about teacher training and development, that for you to get good product, good students, good everything, you need to train the teachers. Now, we have been hearing from colleagues upstage here about issues of lack of funding, challenges that they're experiencing regarding lack of training or insufficient training, the stigma attached to ODEL institutions as well as their delivery, the programs they deliver, and many other things that they have discussed. Now I want to pose the last question to them. And then from there, I'll leave 10 minutes for Q&A sessions that you can also speak to the presentation or to the question topic that has been brought forward. That the last question for my esteemed panelists, is this: CODeL, as we move forward, do we see this as an unrealized dream which will remain just that? Or do you think that if we try harder and harder, we will have a road that will be well traveled? Is CODeL, according to your own point of view, borrowing from your experiences, do you think this will be a dream which will remain just that, a dream? Or are we creating a road that will be well traveled? Thank you.
It's an amazing question. For me, the dream is that education is the future. And whatever vehicle you use in order to give access to students, there's no turning point. It is going forward. And for me, you hear I don't say CODeL, I'm saying education is a dream, and education is a dream for many of our South Africans, and it will remain a dream for many of our South Africans and for those abroad and within the continent. And it is a fiduciary responsibility for us as educators, as leaders, as academics, in order to look at it from a different angle. We have to rethink, like Prof, that you're saying, to see how can we bring education to the masses in order to contribute to society at large. This dream will stay in my heart, and it will stay in every educator's heart, but we need to change the way we do things. Thank you.
I just want to add on the previous speakers. This can be realized provided we act on it and we do what we are supposed to be doing. Our kids this nowadays, they are so glued to technology. They are so glued to their cell phones. And if you check on even the traditional universities, the class attendance of our kids is going down. So they are complaining about the number of kids that are attending the classes currently. So it means they get bored easily. Therefore, CODeL is a way to go, and we can realize it, provided we also embrace this technology, because it is here to stay. It's going nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In my view as well, open learning is here to stay. It has survived the test of time. It didn't start yesterday. And COVID-19 has just opened up the minds of even those who were resisting that it's possible. We just need to continue making noise at any given platform that we get to promote open learning, so that we find our rightful place or space in higher education space. We need to constantly engage stakeholders, including captains of industry, government, and everyone else. So we need to collaborate among ourselves so that we cannot do it alone. If we are pulling in one direction together, we will definitely get there. We need to do the right things in terms of quality of education comparable or even higher than the quality of education offered through a conventional setting. It comes with trust and confidence. When the graduates that we produce out there, they are being sought after because of the competencies that they have gained through open learning. Thank you very much.
I strongly believe that the future of education is going to be much more open. And the reason I'm saying that is because education and technology has enabled us to be much more student-centered, to be much more flexible, and also it's just that we need to start off thinking of education in a different way. Not education that you get from books or sitting in a classroom. It must be thought out very differently. And by thinking of education differently, it means that right now, information is no longer in the head of a lecturer alone. Information is everywhere. When I start to talk, everybody can just go and Google me just to find out what is it that makes me an expert in what I'm saying, and something that was not there before. So we need to understand that education is going to be flexible. We need to be flexible if we are to survive. We need to not to catch up, but start dreaming about something that may happen, that is not happening as it is. Because what we do, we tend to go back and think about what other people have done, and we continue on that trajectory. But I just want to leave you with this. Open learning is about accessibility. However, access without support is not success. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give my esteemed panelists another round of applause, please? They have put before us all that education is not just what we read from the books, but it's knowledge and information that can be obtained through different ways, including open and distance learning mode. I'm happy that one of my panelists here did mention that she kept on emphasizing the fact that she is not saying ODL, but education. And I think our understanding is that ODL is just one aspect, one of the main aspects of education. Now, I'm going to give our audience just one round of questions. If I can take 3, 4 hands. I'm not saying you guys are going to ask questions. You are not going to ask my panelists questions. You can also give your observations. You can also share your experiences, but of course, questions are welcome. So I'm just going to take 4 hands, and I need those hands to be addressing a burning platform. Okay, I'll be lenient with you. I'll take 2 rounds of 4 hands, but please be very brief, succinct, and to the point. Don't relate a story before saying that which you want to say. Do we have a roving mic? Okay, can I start there? 1, if you can just keep your hand raised, my dear. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, my sister in a white shirt. Then the rest, no, keep your hands raised. I went up to 4. Then 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. I think I've been biased to this. Let me take these 8 people, 2 rounds, and then if you're doing very well, if you listen to the instruction that be brief, to the point, and succinct, we can be able to take the 3rd round. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And maybe if you can guide who you are directing the question to, if it's for the entire panel, mention it. If it's for somebody specific, also raise it so that we can know who has to address your question.
Okay.
It can be to the whole panel, but it's specifically for, it concurs or to, or it's a follow-up to what the dean of the College of Accounting Science was saying about CODEL being the reality of achieving the dream. So he's saying that CODEL Plus is the new reality and it can lead to success. However, we must embrace the technology. And it got me thinking about the reality of a UNISA student. Currently,
They can't hear you, please. Can you raise your voice?
going to be challenging. I don't have a loud voice. Can you hear me, colleagues? Thank you. So I was saying, the dean of the College of Accounting Science was saying that he agrees that CODEL is the reality and it can lead us to achieving the dream. However, we must embrace the technology. But looking at the reality of a UNISA student who is in the village, who is currently expected to attend online classes, currently expected to submit assignments, but does not have data and does not have his or her NSFAS allowance. How do we then support that student at this very moment to say that UNISA is actually...
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I've heard you. You just have had one question. Yeah. Can we take the next question, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Phil Tsepe. I'm in quality assurance. And I think I like the topic for now because it says, let's deepen CODEL. And the issue for me is, if we're going to deepen CODEL without the student voice, then we are deepening CODEL one-sided already with the conversations. And I've asked also to say, the program directors, were you aware that we have in these sessions 30 students that were here? Because indeed, when you look at the conversation since yesterday, we only heard from the SRC chairperson, but there was none whatsoever about them, the student being part of creating the conversations as we reflect on CODEL. So ideally, that says there's already one-sided way in which we've done things. And indeed, as higher education institutions, probably we have a tendency to make decisions about students without them understanding what their plight is. And I want to say, let us use the Sesotho saying, we all know, Wanaya Sanling, Ushola Taring. A child that does not have an opportunity to speak, Utashola Taring. Let's structure another session like this one, where it's about students being the ones that are seated in here, telling 3 tables of staff from UNISA what their plight is in terms of what you have put in place, what is their lived experience, because then it will be fine. And I want to end it by saying, research in higher education makes all other industries better. Research about higher education, you will then see it says, let's not be deprived of academic autonomy. It already starts from defensive colleagues in higher education.
Yes, you conclude.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The third question, somebody here, there was one here and one there. Yes, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 3, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My question is directed to the College of Accounting Sciences. Indeed, it is true that our students, they are suffering, more especially the third-year student on the degree of Accounting Sciences. Now, mine is not a question, but a comment or some sort of my view. Can't we just say maybe this student on their third year? Because I can see now they are closing the gates for them in terms of getting or being employed or being placed. Can't we adopt the very same strategy whereby the College of Engineering maybe we say that on the last year of their modules, maybe one module, they do their practical, because I believe that UNISA students, more especially the Bachelor of Accounting student, they have the advantage in the sense that throughout the week, for example, you do your theory, and let's mix with the practical part of it, more especially on the last year module. And secondly, it is going to the cheating part of it. The reason why we are losing the trust from whether the stakeholder or whoever in terms of cheating is, I'm going to give you the example. I'm working for a certain department. I'm a HR director. I'm studying with UNISA. I don't have time to study. I ask the other student to do the assignment on my behalf. And the very same, the student, tomorrow is going to want to be employed, and I'm the HR director. Do you really think that I'll trust this student? Obviously, I'll think that the very same way I obtained the degree, it is the very same way that she obtained the degree. So we also have the SMS that we receive to say that in order for you to pass the exams, I can do the assignment on your behalf with the cost of this much. So as the institution, what is to conclude? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, as we conclude, we can just conclude the sentence that we have just started. The last hand was somewhere, I think it's, yes, Doctor. Yeah. Oh, yes. You see, sometimes some of us age, you forget very easily. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tsulufelo Nkomo, and I am the Eastern Cape Regional Chairperson. Let me quickly steal this opportunity to thank the team that gathered and worked tirelessly in making sure that this event or program is this seamless success. So thank you so much for that. To me, I believe that student centricity speaks on customer obsession, and well, in this case, it speaks to student obsession. And my belief is that the first point in displaying that obsession towards our students is getting to know them better, and not just on a demographic basis, but to know our student on a deeper level, knowing their challenges, knowing their struggles, and any skills gap that might therefore exist. So I don't have any questions. I just have two suggestions. One being that I propose actually that the institution considers implementing a benchmarking test upon applications. And this is not just to influence, not to influence the admission at all, but from a basis of getting to know the student that is coming into the university a bit more. Because when you are at a position of knowing the needs of the student, then you are also in a position to proactively solve those solutions. And my second proposal, it is inspired by Professor Kapaya's presentation yesterday, when he was speaking about the support that they have at the Open University of Tanzania. He mentions that they have mandatory modules that they offer to students, and one that speaks highly of the population that we have in the University of South Africa is digital literacy, and especially with the direction that the world is taking in terms of technology, I find it highly important that digital literacy becomes a mandatory module across all qualifications and across all colleges. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, my first round, colleagues, they have, I think out of that we have 3 questions. The first question is, applies to all the panelists here. The second one is about the voice that is one-sided, the engagement. And I'm going to request that this one, Professor Lalendle, wherever he is, he will respond to it very briefly, because at the end of it all, I'm just going to give him a few minutes to also speak to some issues that were raised yesterday. You will recall that there were quite a number of issues that were directed to colleagues here, and Professor Lalendla will take care of those. But for this particular session, once the panelists here have spoken to the first one of embracing technology, they will then Prof. Lalendla will respond to this one of having a one-sided conversation, and then colleague from College of Accounting Sciences will speak to the one on practical aspect, but the colleague also raised an aspect of academic dishonesty. So maybe, and some of these issues cut across all disciplines. So it's not just for him. Maybe somebody else can add on to whatever response he will provide. Then the last one was a food for thought and sharing observation and suggestion by a colleague. Again, some other colleagues can speak to this. Before taking my second batch, ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand over to my esteemed panelists to respond to your queries.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to be brief. I'm going to focus on the embracing of technology, and I would like to talk about dishonesty, because it's in the Deputy Registrar's office to a great extent. So just on the embrace of technology, we're so fixated around data bundles, and etc. But the research now, if I could look at an educational tool, it doesn't need connectivity. So it's not about whether we're going to have the data bundles. I can tell you with the research done, I know we've got our College of Science, Engineering, Technology. The research that they're doing now with an educational device, we could serve all our students with all the textbooks loaded. They can write exams, embedded app, invigilator app, embedded proctoring, that have that noises and all of that deals with cheating, with disciplinary cases now standing at 34,000 disciplinary cases. It is not sustainable. So the research done, let's embrace the research that we have done as an institution and change and embrace and allow the students the opportunity to submit assignments and exams without data. And it can be done, So let's start doing that, embrace change, colleagues. The other issues around disciplinary, I do believe we need to think about disciplinary in higher education, not only at UNISA, vastly different. At this point in time, disciplinary is quite punitive. And I do believe that we need to change the code, the code of conduct and our disciplinary codes as restorative, rather than being such a punitive environment. And for that, we need to rethink also the way. It's unfortunate that it happens, but it happens, you're right. It happens on the ground. It happens now whilst we're speaking. You're not only talking about the issues around assignments. We're talking about selling of qualifications as we speak. And that dishonesty we need to be curbed. And my view is that let's bring a restorative view, especially for first offenders, where they have to go back and enroll for an ethics module until such time and pay for it outside NSFAS, so that we could change the way we think about ethics. Not lip service to ethics, but we need to change, but it should be restorative, not punitive. Thank you.
Yeah. The issue of technology and how do we assist students in terms of their fees, allowances, and so forth. I can start from maybe from the college level, that we also have partnerships with private institutions, private companies, SETAs like Facet, where we acquire funds to assist students with bursaries and so forth. And I can also say that we end up in a situation sometimes where our students do not even apply for these funds, which some of them we have to return them to the sitters. So it is upon our students to make sure that when we advertise these opportunities, they do take up these opportunities. But that does not take away the fact that we do understand that some of our students cannot have access to devices and funds and so forth. But it is a collaborative exercise that we have to get into it. Then the matter of work integrated learning that was raised by my sister there. Our college has got collaboration with training officers, and where we have MOUs in which some of our students are being absorbed by these training officers. On the 15th of July, we did have a workshop or a symposium with our training officers in order to run and have those collaborative agreements. And also the office of Dr. Pitswane there can also attest. Last week, we also had a career day for all our auditing students where such opportunities are arising. And then the issue of cheating is not only the challenge for UNISA, that I can attest to it, that all institutions globally, they are experiencing this challenge of students cheating or academic dishonesty. So the students also must take responsibility, because it is not my responsibility only as the lecturer to make sure that the students do not cheat. It is also upon the student to make sure that they act ethically. Because remember, as a professional or as a future accountant, you cannot be employed if you have been involved in the act of dishonesty. So it's not only about the qualification that you obtain, it's also about your character and your career also. Thank you.
So let them take the question, then we'll answer others, otherwise we'll not finish.
Yeah, the second batch. No, Dr. Gacho, hand was not up. I want 5 to 8 to say their questions. 4, 5, 6, 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want 5, 6, 7, 8. Hager. 7 is you. He's here. Can you rise on your feet so that where is the microphone?
Chairperson, can I be the first one? I have a shuttle to catch.
Hacker number 5, Uduli. Can you rise on your feet? Number 5, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. My heart goes with my friend.
Who's your friend?
Chairperson, can I have a proposal? I have a proposal.
Yes, let's hear the proposal.
Okay, my name is Temba. I'm from Soweto. Unfortunately, I've got a shuttle to catch. So
Okay.
within 15 minutes time, I have to be there. Can I please be number 5? Thank you, leadership.
He's actually number 7, this one.
Initially, I was number 8, but I'm asking to be number 5.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right, colleagues, can 1, 2, can you rise on your feet, please? The other doc, can you rise on your feet, please? There was number 8. Where was number 8? They were supposed, oh yeah, there. Now, can we take 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to close the Q&A session. I will beg your indulgence, but time is not on our side. Be very brief, please, explicit and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Everyone has spoken a mouthful from yesterday till date. Regarding openness, this is what I want to ask. Is it feasible for the institution post-COVID that we have been having working from home, remote working and stuff, for openness for our students, that we operate in spaces where we, staff, go get clients. We go get and clarify our clients what's happening. Yes, I know that an institution of higher learning, it's a business open for exchange of money and stuff, but is it feasible that institutions of higher learning go out there and reach out to our students? An example will be that for community outreach purposes, we go to malls, we work there. At night, since we are going to knock out now at 4, is it feasible that at home we'll lead our laptops, we work until 12? Because there are those students who don't sleep, who come back.
Conclude, please. What's the question?
Regarding openness, is it feasible that we reach out to our clients for getting the traditional means that students come to us? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, we have a question here. Can we get a question here, please?
Molweni, igama lam ndingonwabisa Ndongeni. I come from the Eastern Cape region. I'm a postgraduate student in Business Management Honors. I'm from Gqeberha. I think mine is very short, basically. I don't have questions, but rather suggestion, because I've been listening yesterday and today, and I think instead of bringing problems all the time, sometimes we may at least try to bring solutions to the table. So I've read that the 2030 strategic intention of UNISA is transforming the university into a leading African student-centric and digitally dynamic institution by 2030. So fostering academic excellence, how can we do that? I've heard that there's so many students registered, about 20,000, and we have 1 lecture. So how can we go about trying to solve that problem? We can try to have a peer-to-peer engagement. For example, I just finished my degree and I've passed the risk module with a distinction. So UNISA can create a platform where a senior student can teach a risk module to first-year students, because this thing of...
As we conclude,
can I please finish, Speaker?
That's why I'm saying as we conclude, I want you to conclude.
Okay, so peer-to-peer engagement academically should be one of the things that UNISA tried to bring to the table. There's also been an issue of AI, and people have been asking, how is UNISA helping with AI and teaching students how to use AI? I would like to applaud the Department of Academic Development and Open Virtual Hub. It's under the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation in the university. I think sometime last year they were doing programs across the regions, and they went to Gqeberha, and students were taught how to use AI academically, but the turnout of students were very low. So I would suggest that UNISA, when they have such programs, they advertise them and they even ask SRCs to help them, because at least they are in touch with students, because you would see that we have programs that can help students, but it is the marketing that is lacking. So now students don't know that there's such programs. And thank you.
And thank you, Madam. I'm also going to suggest that maybe we have, not we meaning UNISA, that we have platforms where you receive suggestions from your student population, because there are many others who may be having the same opinion and suggestion that they would wish to express at this platform. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but please, let's make way for that. Remember, we have to make them partners in the their learning process. So it's important to have suggestion boxes or platforms like somebody suggested.
Thank you very much, Chair. So my question, I'm Gezan Baloy from College of Graduate Studies. My question is on UNISA as a business model. What is the UNISA business model? Is UNISA, is CODeL a business model, or open distance and e-learning a business model? Because my impression was that the UNISA is an ODEL institution. When we talk about ODEL institution, we are referring to an institution which register more than 100,000 students. Of course, initially it was a distance education. So throughout the conversation, I'm failing to understand what is our business model. And currently we have passed CODeL as a policy. There are those who are saying UNISA is a CODeL institution. So I get confused. I get confused. So your thought, please. But and also thank you very much, panel, for your responses on leadership, because issues of transformational leadership and visionary leadership came out very clearly. I was impressed. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have a question here. Where's the other question? This is the last question, yeah? This will be the last question for the Q&A session. Can you provide the microphone, please? Here, can you rise on your feet, my brother?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bafana from the province where the sun rises. Just like the lady from the Eastern Cape, not here to bring questions but suggestions. Like everyone was presenting, I agree, CODeL is the future. But the problem is if we do not change the approach, it will remain like the other previous identities. Our problem as an institution is that we always apply blanket approach into our support programs. We had tutorials face-to-face, which were good, but the only problem is that in terms of their offering, we looked at institutional-wide. A student in Gauteng might have a problem with economics, but a student in KZN might have a problem with mathematics. Can't we have support programs that are designed for specific needs of our students, in such that when a student enrolls as part of the modules, there will be that identity module where we will check what are the needs of that specific module. We already have the resources, we already have the technology to do that. Using AI and automation, we can do that and support our students equally. So my suggestion is that we go and look into the needs of the students individually, not within the umbrella approach. If we are going to continue using statistics, like in a case, we say 1 in 10 people might have COVID, and we go to a table and ask all those 10 people, if all of them do not have COVID, then that's not applicable to those people. Let's have specifically designed programs that will support our students wherever they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The very, very last question for the session. Yes, thank you.
Chairperson, let me save your time. I'm covered. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow my esteemed panelists to respond to your questions, but I'm also going to beg their indulgence to say we are not doing so well on time. Sometimes being too democratic can be lethal. I can vouch to that. If you try to say, let me be a bit lenient, it's now become something else. Now I'm going to give my panelists less than 3 minutes each, and then I'll call over 3 minutes each. And then I'll call upon Prof. Lalinde to respond to the issue, the one-sided conversation, as he wraps the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least this time around, people did come with solutions and suggestions. But also, I want you to remember that you are in an institution that is severely understaffed. Academics are not many. And you'll be 20,000 students per academic, and that's the truth. And if you are saying you expect people to be there online at all times, it's not going to happen. So I think we need to be real to you people. We will try to be student-centered, but to a certain extent. And yes, now in an era of AI and all these technologies, you can actually go online and get the support that you need, rather than get someone to write for you. And the other thing also is that if we develop curriculum and assessment practices that are not going to request people to regurgitate what they have learned from any book, then we won't have problems with cheating. Because your problem, when you solve your problem, it will be yours. It won't be similar to the next one or the next one. And even reading those assignments will be fun. Do you know how difficult it is to go through reading things that are the same, all of them? So just maybe we should start giving you assessments that are enabling you to become creative, that are enabling you to be problem solvers, rather than just assignment where we would check you with invigilator app. By the way, I don't believe in that. I believe that we should develop material and assessment that are much more interactive than what we're doing now. Thank you.
I can just, I want to still engage them as well offline. Okay. So just a quick one from my side is that the question was posed to us to whether the model is feasible. And I want to argue about what does feasible mean? Because I would rather say, does it add value? Because feasibility is quite a loaded word coming from a costing background. So, and if someone asks me something, everything is feasible. Everything is feasible. It's just how. And I do believe there's great opportunities to deal with those ones around the business model. I would love to engage you on the business model, mode of delivery, what are they, mode of delivery, types of universities, etc. I first believe it's a university. And the mode of delivery do position us and then align our processes, our systems and our structures and all of that. But we're so fixated about the type and about that, I think we're losing the essence around what is our purpose to really bring the students on board. So a conversation around business model, but I want to coin the issue around the business model versus types of universities that is now being gazetted. I know that it's open, it was open. And then the other thing is mode of delivery. Just to be clear, that mode of delivery, one regulator only takes distance and contact, not blended as a funding component. And therefore, I do want to say a conversation about the business model is crucial for universities.
Thank you so much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this concludes our session. Not to say I'm closing it, I'm saying we are concluding it. So the expectation is that the dialogue, the conversation will continue outside the walls of the hall, because I can see this is a burning platform. So let's work on it together. Let's engage. I take it these are your colleagues that you all know. Reach out to them and engage further. And ladies and gentlemen, may I request that we put our hands together for our panelists. Well done, team. And you have been such amazing audience. Can you give yourselves a round of applause, please?
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention and your engagement. I'm now going to call on Professor Litseka to do the vote of thanks. Yes. Professor Litseka.
Can I have my support team here? Where are they? Aibo. And ladies and gentlemen, normally a vote of thanks is a simple thing, but today's vote of thanks is a bit different from others. I think because of the pool of people who participated in this. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for being here. But in terms of protocol, I need to extend our sense of gratitude to our members of the executive management, starting with our principal, the Vice Chancellor, our acting Vice Principal, Risk Strategy, Dr. Mlapo, our acting Vice Principal, Teaching and Learning, Dr. Shivaje, for being here. It's rare, it's almost rare when you have these occasions to have such people to be here, to welcome people to raise their questions. So may I ask us in absentia to give members of our executive management a round of applause for being here with us. I'm good at that, it works. Then the privilege of having the CEO of the Commonwealth of Learning agreeing to be part of the symposium is really worthy. And I want to pair Professor Scott with Professor Makwe, because Professor Makwe is my boss, by the way. So you can say, hey, this illustrious Professor Litseka, this is the lady who cracks the whip. Here, Litseka, come here, Litseka, come here. But on that light note, I want us to give applause to Prof. Scott and Prof. Makwe for that. I'm very proud of my boss, as you can see. I'm making a smile, even though I'm teasing her. When we are from far, Tateka and I, we boast about having hairs that look like skillpot. This is Bukhala. It doesn't mean because I say so, you will disrespect us. The lesson is always respect the gray hair. So Tateka, the UNESCO chair has a very lively collaboration with Bo. It dates back to the days of the previous Vice Chancellor. So thank you for agreeing. And I can tell you that when I wrote to Prof. Kacha and I said to him, hey, count me in. That's what he said. When you have people like those who don't even hesitate to be here, then what can I say? So thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Professor Kapaya, I had to go around. I had to go a long route to get hold of me initially, and I told him when he landed that I called Professor Makulilo, who is the Vice Chancellor, and I said to him, Prof, I have a big occasion, and the Open News of Tanzania is flagged. Who would like to come? And he says, Prof, I hear you. He was on the coastal training. He says, I'm on the coastal training, and let me go and check my schedule. I'll come back to you. I gave him a moment. Then I thought, what's happening to these guys? I sent him a text. Then he came back and said, Prof, sorry, my schedule is tight, but I'll delegate this to Professor Kapaya. And immediately when I said Professor Kapaya, he says, it's in typical COSA. When the big one speaks, you do. You don't say no. So Prof. Makulile sent him here. So let's give a round of applause to Prof. Kapaya. And And I must say, the involvement between UNISA and University of Open University of Tanzania is huge. So you gave us a really invaluable insight into the experiences of ODL in Tanzania. And the same thing with Dr. Kacha and Dr. Siletso. Khaisiriak. This one is my sister, so I can. Khaisiriaka, again, I did say that one of her emails, when I send her, she says, yes, 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 yes. And you'll all agree. Prof. Madiba's presentation was, sometimes there's a line, your father must have been a terrorist because your presentation was a bomb. So, I mean, I think she took us from one level, the energy, the excitement, but also the scholarly articulation. And you know, I did engage you on dropout. I'm passionate about that because I did that. So thank you very much for bringing us in. And unfortunately, this thing of dropout, we talk about it, we research it, it keeps coming in. So one wonders, we do research, why can't this research be implemented to deal with the recommendations that we make? Anyway, a round of applause for Professor. I have an order that I'm following here. Unfortunately, I see that Dr. Ruth Aluko has decided to go, but I want to thank her. Jenny, you know Ruth. Ruth is our colleague in ODL, but I occupy also a higher space because I'm her mentor. Her very first book that she published on quality assurance in ODL in the developing context was our project. I dealt out with her. And when it came out, I delivered the book with Professor Pearson just across here. She was in tears. Oh, Prof, you don't know what this means to me. I said, it's just a bloody book. Just sign and enjoy it. But yeah, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Hugo. Prof. Markwe, I've thanked you. I don't need to thank you, but you were in line. I've already said more about it, but I think it's also important that we give thanks to Prof. Markwe for her role in this. Round of applause. Now, we were talking, I think in the Vice Chancellor's office, we were talking about in media, in performance, we have what I call lifetime awards. And we were talking with Prof. Madiba. And if you can support this, we're going to petition it and make sure that we get everybody else to buy into it. Ours Jenny has been a pioneer in ODL as far as I can remember. I was at Fort Hare in the 1990s, and she was already working on ODL. In the past years, she's been doing OER Africa, you know, Pumelela. It's a lot of things. We are suggesting that within the ODL parlances and fraternity, Professor Magwe, we need to recommend that Australian gets a lifetime award for ODL. I'm saying this, we discussed it. This should be. We don't want you to die and then you say, yeah, now she's, we must recognize you now. So that, a round of applause for Jenny. Miss Ali's here, or has she gone? She's gone. Anyway, let's thank Ausi Alice Mukusangwe for responding brilliantly to Jenny's presence. A round of applause. Liana, I hope she hasn't left. Liana Jabet? She left. Okay, we will thank her in absentia. A round of applause for Liana. Right. Now, this event would not be where it is if it wasn't because of there's a team here on the Decoding. I almost skipped you. And I know I wasn't going to land in Windhoek. They'll be waiting for you, so you didn't acknowledge me. Good. My association with with NAMCOL dates as far back as Ndati Kadila's predecessor, Dr. Harold Murangi. He contacted me just out of the blue, but I learned that I was recommended by the then Lady Minister of Education, you'll know her, to go and grace the graduation ceremony of NAMCOL. And they flew me, and I have to say this, with my late wife, we landed at the airport, and we were collected by the most auspicious and luxury. I felt ministerial. I felt really ministerial, but yeah, my connection with NAMCOL is huge. I've communicated. I mean, Dr. Baledi, you remember that we were in Dublin where Dr. Morangi was there, and we have been working. I linked him with the Professor Hasina Ibrahim for there's a strong early childhood program in NAMCOL, and I linked them. How far that project has gone, I don't know, but I was a middleman. So a round of applause for the CEO. Thank you. So this team behind me here, I asked them to come here, because this is the team that is. Have I left anyone? Who? Professor? No. Professor Kunong comes last. Huh? Silas, I've spoken about it. Yeah, I did say Dr. Silas and Dr. Kacha. Hi, bro. They are painting me bad. So we began planning for this symposium in February. And I have to tell a story. Probably Lende is here, and he's going to send me home packing. But when I joined the team, the plan was that the symposium, it was in February, they had projected that the symposium should be held in April. And I basically said, if I'm going to be running the symposium, April is too short a notice. I'm going to be knocking on very high profile people. We need to give them timely notices. And as you can see, we brought the cream of the ODEL space, and that's why we had it. But behind me here is the team that these are the behind the scenes people. The organizing committee is Lodi here. I don't see him there. Where is he? Oh, yeah. But just differently. So, Australian is our project manager. We teach her in the meetings here that whenever we need money, she's the government, we are the municipalities. So, and that's her. And from the land, where is he? From the land, at the recommendation of the Vice Principal, Research Innovation, appointed me. We are coordinators here, but he appointed me. I have a letter of appointment. He's our executive director, but we are the team, and we work this together. We drove this together. I was mentioning our very industrious admin, Mr. Dibakwa. Yeah, we used to tease this guy in meetings, like, get it right, and things just get working. Leslie, I'm sure he's not here, but he's the man who looks after our eating. The team, we just went to the Vice Chancellor's 5-star restaurant. Leslie is the man behind this salivating. So, and Ausi Khuri is my fellow professor in the College of Education, but she's also part of the organizing team. Angie part. Yeah, Angie. Yesterday I called her from the hotel, and she says, "No, I'm still sleeping in bed, and you're still in bed." But yeah, I spill the beans now. And I did David Ferrari was sitting at the back there, give watching. So he just left. So this is the organizing team. We also have what are called interdependencies, and I'm glad to say 2 weeks ago we had a meeting down there where we had all the interdependencies: ICT, communication marketing team, multimedia. They are all here, and I have to thank them. Begungosi Nkwanyani, Bianca Murapedi, Mupedi, Mutale, Binda, Champion. These are members of the multimedia. What you are seeing on the screens what you're seeing on the text, the registration, the multimedia colleagues have been managing that. But we also have a team that gives voice to what we are doing here, the communication and marketing team. And they are the guys, when you go into our website, you'll see the stories, the pictures. This is about branding and communication. Now, Kaimba, okay now. Oh, and I was, don't worry, I'm going to send you a letter of warning. So Neo is also attached to UNISA Radio. And so when the stories come in, she's the person who drives it together with Osensi. Can you raise your hand? These are the people who interviewed you. These are the people who communicate our stories. I'm a social media guru. These are the people who surpass me. Now, Siyabonga, come here. When you have to come here? Siyabonga. Now, Siyabonga is the head of the CODeL Secretariat. So when things are going wrong, he's the fall guy. But yeah, thank you very much. This man is based in KZN, but you can understand he has a boss there. But the coordination, Ndadela and I, we send things to him, says, no, it's done, Prof, it's done. And if it's not done, you say, Prof, my apologies, I'm on it. So give a round of applause for industry. Yes. Our ICT. This gentleman comes from a province where I served for 10 years. And when I met him, he said, Ufunanlawe. Silvan these are guys at the back there who are ensuring that all the systems are in place. And Gabriel Mofoko, this is the man who basically designed all the media that you see, our invitation poster. Yes. So these are, our visibility is on this. Now, Bafana, where is Bafana? I actually call him Banyana. Bafana, we have a history. Bafana was assigned to the UNESCO chair some years back as an ICT person. And I can tell you, I can call Bafana anytime. I can call Bafana in the evening and I say, hey, I can't get into Oracle. He says, Prof, you're too old. Let's log on. Put me on Microsoft Teams. And even here, so a round of applause for all this. And now, Prof. Kunong, I wish you could stand. This is my fellow program director. Somebody said in the organizing team, Prof, you can't run the program 2 days in a row. The message was, you will be monopolizing the space. So the idea was, we need to have somebody. We juggled with names, and then when we sent her the invitation, she said, "Call me in." It was done. No questions asked. So, and I think today you did a brilliant job. Yeah, you did a brilliant job. A conference of this nature is elevated by the face and the voice. So the program directors and the team here do that. But I would not have done justice to this if I cannot thank you all, the delegates, for making time to be here. There's another comrade there. He's gone now. Aha. So the questions you raise, the concerns you raise, when I'm to Midlands. When people say we are not supported, we want to hear the voices. We want to engage. I did say when I spoke yesterday that there's an important paper. You'll be surprised. This paper was written when I was born. Yes, and it's still a cutting-edge paper. It's a paper on contested concepts. So we are contesting. My former dean, Professor Zimbo, used to say, Mukesi, we must engage. We must engage. So we were engaging today. Let's engage. So for you, the delegates, and for the fact that even at this time, you are still here, it's energy. A round of applause to yourself. And on that note, thank you. Thank you. Hambani kahle, samang hantle, and yes? So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Hi, can start.